Okay. Good afternoon. During the declared emergency in the City of Toronto, Committee of Adjustment virtual public hearings are being conducted via WebEx, an online digital platform, and will be live streamed on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel. These measures are necessary to comply with physical distancing requirements and a provincial order that limits attendance at public gatherings. My name is Nancy Oman and I will be chairing this hearing. Panel members participating via WebEx and who can be seen and heard are Lisa Valentini, Joanne Hayes, and Larry Clay. City staff will be assisting us throughout the meeting, including moderating the WebEx platform. Agents, applicants, and other interested parties participating in this virtual hearing registered in advance and will be connecting through WebEx using a compatible electronic device. Their participation will be through audio only. We acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and it is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. In accordance with Sections 45 and 53 of the Planning Act 1990 as amended, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment for the City of Toronto is called to order. The Committee of Adjustment considers applications for variances from the provisions of the zoning bylaw that apply to the property, permission to extend or alter lawful non-conforming uses, and consent to sever property to create new lots. Anyone who wants to receive a copy of the committee's decision for an application must submit a written request by email to the general email address for the Committee of Adjustment, Toronto and East York District Office. Please include your name, address, and an email address. All Committee of Adjustment and TLAB notifications and appeal updates will be sent by email only. If you do not agree with the decision of the committee, decisions may be appealed to the Toronto Local Appeal Body, known as TLAB, or in some limited circumstances to the Local Planning Appeal Tribunal, known as LPAT. Appeal instructions will be set out at the bottom of the committee's decision. Participants who have registered in advance will be connected to this virtual hearing and will be muted automatically upon entry. When your item is called, each participant will be unmuted by the moderator, one person at a time. I will call each item in the order listed on the agenda. Where an application is uncontested, the agent or applicant may proceed with their presentation if desired, and when the committee does not require a presentation, applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to speak to the committee. The committee may ask questions and/or take the matter into committee for a decision. Each speaker, including the applicant or agent, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee, and I'll comment when you're reaching the 5-minute mark. When addressing the committee, please speak slowly and clearly state your name and address. Please confine your remarks to the matters outlined in the application. Where required, the applicant or agent will proceed first with a presentation of the application, and then individuals either in support or opposed to the application will be invited to speak. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker after they have completed their presentation. When all speakers are finished, the applicant or agent will be unmuted and will have an opportunity to rebut only those issues that were raised by the speakers. This will mark the end of the discussion and the application will be taken into committee for a decision. Please note, the committee may not entertain revisions to proposals at the hearing today. The committee may decide to defer the application if substantially revised to ensure the revised application is accurate and that all those entitled to notice are informed of the changes. Panel members or staff, does anyone have an interest to declare in this afternoon's session?
Madam Chair, I do.
Okay.
It's on the 3:30 agenda, though. I don't know if you want to hear the declaration now, but
yeah, I'll take it. I'll take it now.
Item 33 to 64 Bain Avenue.
Yep.
I'm declaring a pecuniary interest. I own property within the 60-meter notification zone and have received a copy of the notice of hearing.
Okay, thank you very much. So that's item 33. Okay. Anyone else have an interest to declare in any of this afternoon's slots? No? Okay. Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, are you aware of any requests to close or withdraw an application?
There's a deferral request for item number 31-255 Seaton Street by
Hang on.
Heritage staff.
Item 31. Yeah, I have that flagged here. Okay. I guess we'll deal with it when we get to it. Okay. All right. We'll begin with item number 19, 35 TIAGO Avenue. Okay. Just bear with me a second here. All right. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. We have email correspondence from permits and enforcement from transportation. They don't have a concern because the parking is entirely on private property. Forestry is asking for condition number 1. We have support from number 34 TIAGO, and I'm not showing any speakers other than the agent. So is the agent on the line?
Yes, this is Jennifer Ryan. I live at 35 TIAGO with my husband, Andrew.
Okay, thank you. Panel members, do you need a presentation? Any questions, panel members, of the agent, owner? Seeing none? Okay, Ms. Ryan, is there anything that you would like to let us know? We've read the material and we don't have any questions and we don't need a presentation. Is there anything else you want to add before we go into committee?
The only additional, I think the only thing that I wanted to add, I know that it was late, but my next door neighbor at 33 TIAGO has filed as of yesterday, so I understand you won't see it, but they, due to family circumstances, they were late with filing it, but they have also provided a letter of support agreeing with the changes that we're proposing.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, panel members, let's take it into committee. Any comments? A motion?
I'll start. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead, Larry. Go ahead, Larry.
I thought it was fairly straightforward. I initially looked at the height and saw that it was a meter above permitted, but then I noticed that they're basically using the same foundation as the existing bungalow. And it looked to me that there were several new builds on that street which were roughly the same height or thereabouts. So it didn't seem to me to be out of character with the surrounding community. The variances generally seem relatively minor. I thought this is a fairly straightforward application to put a second story on a house. Joanne, I'm not sure if you have any other comments or thoughts on that. If not, I'll just move a motion to approve this application subject to forestry condition number 1.
Okay, Ms. Hayes, did you want a second? Okay. All right, motion to approve, including forestry number 1, moved by Mr. Clay, seconded by Ms. Hayes. All in favor? Okay, your application has been unanimously approved. Thank you. Item number 20, 112 to 114 BRAEMAR Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. We have email correspondence from transportation. Again, there are no concerns. Engineering also doesn't have any concerns. And we also have correspondence from right-of-way managements, and I don't believe there are any concerns with that. Can I have the agent please identify himself for the record?
Good afternoon. My name is Trevor Gain. I'm the agent here on behalf of the owners.
Okay, I do believe we have someone. Do you have them on the line? Okay. Mr. Gain, we do have somebody who wants to speak to this item, and can I ask you to do a presentation no more than 5 minutes, please?
Sure, no problem. The application before you should be fairly straightforward. It's kind of got tangled up in a zoning definition, but essentially what the project is that we're adding 2 basement suites to an existing double duplex. On the onset, there was supposed to be no exterior changes at all. We have 2 walkouts at the back that were just going to be utilized and put 2 dwelling units in place. During the course of a zoning review, the term of this building, a double duplex, is an obsolete term, which is not used under the current zoning bylaw. So the zoning examiner reviewed this as an apartment building, which we kind of didn't agree with, but that triggers all sorts of variances. Most of them are irrelevant. They're asking for underground parking, they're asking for driveway widths, all sorts of stuff that is really not relevant to this application, but it's relevant to the definition of an apartment building. But we worked closely with planning back and forth with them. We got it to a point that they're happy with some revisions into some green space, some tree planting, some garbage containers, etc., bicycle parking. So we're at a point now that the variances, when you kind of look through them, are minor, just given the fact that this is not an apartment building. This is really just a sixplex, which is what we did a very similar project across town, and that's what the variance was. We had 2 variances. One was parking, one was the building definition, compared to the 11 or so variances we have now.
Are you still there? We had a bit of
I just had some feedback.
Yeah, did you hear it?
Yeah, I did. So I don't know what else to say. I mean, I think it's pretty straightforward, and hopefully the committee can not get caught up in all the variances. But essentially, just summarizing, it's really just 2 basement apartments and an existing double duplex.
Just maybe for clarification for the opposition, can you just identify existing variances? Is it most of them, I believe? I'm not sure, but.
Okay. So I think if we go through.
The zoning notice, or not the notice that was sent out, that would be the easiest.
Yeah, I guess, well, parking would be one, because we required some parking spaces. So variance number 5, I'm just reading it quickly, trying to find it, but
Sure.
They're talking, okay, for an apartment building, these spaces should be located within the building or underground, which is not relevant in our case. We can't have underground parking. I guess variance number 6, talking about the setback from the parking spaces to the property lines. Again, I'm not 100% sure if that's just specifically rated to an apartment building type zoning. So variance number 8, we talk about the width of the parking space. So they're one of the spots closest to the building, just because of the existing walkouts. One of the spaces is squeezed a little bit. So that would be sort of an existing variance that's being cleaned up. And variance number 9, we require 6 parking spaces, essentially 1 per dwelling unit, and we're maintaining the 4 that are on site.
Okay. I think we'll hold our questions until after the opposition speaks, and then we'll come back to you if that's okay. All right. Mr. Jolivet, are you on the line?
Good afternoon, it's Mrs. Jolivet.
Hi. If you can just identify yourself, including your address for the record.
So my name is Laurence Jolivet. I'm the owner of the business corporation 2562897 Ontario Inc. And this corporation owns the property at 118 BRAEMAR Avenue.
Okay. You have 5 minutes to address the committee, and we'll start the clock now.
Thank you. So I don't know if my concern, in fact, is in link with what we are doing. Just to let you know, it's my first time. I'm just participating into this kind of public hearing. So it's just a concern regarding the downspout, because we share a driveway between 114, 112, 116, 118 BRAEMAR Avenue. So it's a common share driveway. And so that common driveway is between 114 and 116. You can see it on the map. And so it's just a matter because the extension, I mean, we don't have many extensions for the water dripping on this driveway, which is cement. And so during the last winter, we had an issue because it was totally icy, because the extension from 114 and 116 BRAEMAR Avenue was just, the water was just dripping on the driveway. Sorry for my English, it's not my first language, I'm French, you can hear that.
Yeah, no, it sounds fine.
Okay, so I'm pretty sure that on my email it's a little bit clear, and so it's just a concern. I don't want to make any opposition to what my neighbors wants to do with the basement and creating 2 more units. It's just a matter to have this matter solved, because I mean my tenants, they have a back entrance, and so they have to use a driveway during winter in order to access their own unit. And I guess this is the same issue for the tenants on the 116 BRAEMAR Avenue. And we just want to have the owner solve this problem by just redirecting the water in, I don't know where, I'm not sure to have the right solution, but not to have this water dripping on the common driveway and become icy during winter.
Okay, thank you, and we'll go back to the agent and see how he can address your concern. Mr. Gain, are you there?
I am here, yes, thank you.
Okay, can you speak?
Is there a chance I could? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, can you speak up a little bit?
Sure. I submitted some photos which I think got added to the file late. Could I get those brought up on the screen?
Okay, let's see. Do you have them? Yeah? Okay, give us a second.
No problem. So I think what our neighbor is talking about is really just a drainage issue. The photographs, specifically photograph number 5 on the first page, will clearly show it. These driveways haven't been paved in a while, and you can see our building is on the right, the neighbor's building is on the left, and you can see the pavement's up and down and all around. They have a downspout that comes in their corner, and ours is coming down in the corner, and everything slopes to the street. So the fact that the driveways are depressed and settled over the years, I saw some photos that she submitted, and the water comes off our downspout, which we haven't completed given the fact that we're proposing these renovations. So we need to address the extensions that she's mentioning and direct the water so that it doesn't kind of flow towards her property. So it just might be a matter of regrading the driveway and just creating a positive slope to the middle of the driveway to the street, and I think that'll all be rectified. So there was some correspondence between herself and my client, which is supposed to be addressed, but it wasn't, simply because we're not ready to work on the driveways yet, just given the fact that we're going to be starting the construction here. But ultimately, yeah, that'll all be addressed, and I suspect that her concerns will be satisfied, that there will be no more puddling of water, pooling of water at that location for the tenants.
Okay, so from your comments, I take it that you'll work that out with Ms. Jolivet, and to the satisfaction actually for both properties, that the water actually does run off to the street and doesn't pond between the two of you.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a construction issue, yeah.
Okay, great. Yeah, I know but that's the main issue that's been raised by the speaker. So if you're taking care of it, that's great. Panel members, do you have any questions for Mr. Gain at all? No? Okay, we'll go into committee then. Any comments?
Chair, I think this one is very straightforward. They're introducing 2 more units. So even though looks like there's a plethora of variances, it's, a lot of them are, I don't want to say existing conditions, but they kind of are. They're not adding anything on. They're adding the 2 units in the basement, and then these triggered by, as Mr. Gain has pointed out, I guess a technical variance is now an apartment building. But in any event, I think this fits in with what's going on in the neighborhood. I noticed there are other similar type buildings, double duplexes around, or duplexes. So I don't think this is out of character, and it sounds like he's going to address concerns of the neighbor that are construction related anyway. So I'd like to bring a motion forward for approval of the application without any conditions.
Okay, motion to approve moved by Ms. Valentini. Do I have a seconder? Ms. Hayes? All in favor? Okay, the application has been unanimously approved. Thank you. Okay, item number 21, 201 Pickering Street. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. We have a staff report from engineering, and they're asking for conditions. I'm not showing any speakers. Do I have the agent on the line?
Yes, you do. Hello.
Hi, is this?
Hi, it's Julia Burke, agent for the owners.
Okay. All right, panel members, do you need a presentation? No? Do you have any questions of the agent? No questions?
Through you, Madam Chair, we
Yeah.
do have a late staff report.
Oh, okay, we have a late staff report from, I don't have this.
Community planning.
Oh, sorry, I did write it down. It's from planning. Will you be sharing it on the screen then? Thanks. Are you aware of the staff report, Ms. Burke?
Yes,
Okay. And you're fine with the condition?
yes, we are.
Okay, thank you. All right, the panel doesn't have any questions. We've read all the materials. Is there anything you want to add before we go into committee?
No, I think it's pretty straightforward. They're minor variances, and they add significantly to the appeal of the Lane House, so.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let's take it into committee, panel members.
No, I have a question, sorry.
Oh, you
Chair.
do? Okay, we're back out.
Yeah, I just flipping through the plans and something struck me. Ms. Berg, can you just confirm for me that the setback from the rear lot line variance is only triggered because of the second floor overhang? Is that correct?
Yeah. Yes, that's
Okay.
correct.
That's what I suspected, but I just wanted to hear that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Great.
Okay, any other questions? Seeing none? Okay, we'll go back into committee then. Any comments?
Madam Chair, I think that this application is appropriate. The height variance, I agree with the conditions noted by planning. Upon reviewing the plans, you see that the height variance is only for a part of the structure, not the whole structure. There are other structures in the neighborhood that appear to be lot line to lot line. It's not out of character. I think it's a reasonable laneway suite development, and if my colleagues have no other questions, I would move a motion to approve the application subject to the engineering conditions and the planning staff report.
Okay, do I have a seconder for that motion? Ms. Valentini? Okay, so motion to approve, including the engineering conditions in the January 28th, as well as the planning conditions in the report that we just saw on the screen. Moved by Ms. Hayes, seconded by Ms. Valentini. All in favor? Okay, the application's been approved with those conditions. Item number 22, 201 Cedric Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. We have a covering letter from Ms. Evangelista, the agent, as well as further correspondence to clarify measurements for in metric. We also have presentation materials from Ms. Evangelista and correspondence in opposition from number 23 Moyer Avenue. We don't have anybody on the line to speak, so can I please have the agent identify herself for the record?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. I'm Evangelista on behalf of the owners of 201 Cedric.
Okay, thank you. Panel members, do you need a presentation on this one? No? Do any of you have any questions? And just to add, the opposition, that what I read is basically concerns about landscaping and trees.
I have some questions, Madam Chair.
Yeah, go ahead.
I wondered whether or not this, you're looking for a fourplex and the zoning only allows two. You've provided a lot of examples of other properties in the neighborhood with respect to some of the other variances being requested. But are there any other fourplexes in the area, or any of the properties that you showed as comparables, fourplexes? Or is this the only one that you're aware of?
So, through you, Madam Chair, the pictures that I submitted, these are triplexes, fourplexes, and some duplexes. So what we are proposing is a very similar type building of what is going on in this neighborhood. So there is a mix of different types of buildings. It's zoned RM U2, however, and as you see 539 Bond, which is like, you know, doors away, you'll see 215, 217, it's a very similar situation of what we're proposing. So yes, there are others in the neighborhood.
Any further questions, panel members?
Is that tree in the backyard going to be able to be retained, or is that are you going to need to have a permit to remove it?
Okay, so through you, Madam Chair, so I did submit an arborist report. It is on record, it is on file. We did have an arborist go to the site, and the arborist has slated those two trees, the one near the garage and the one in the rear. They're Manitoba maples. They are poor and hazardous. They do have multiple cavities throughout the base. You know, they have large limb failure. They are able, and the one that's near the garage at the back, and if you refer to my photos of my subject property backyard, you'll see that there's one that's close to the garage, and it's actually creating damage and has created damage to the garage. And there's I believe it's a hydro pole and a telephone pole in that area, which is also growing into that. So they've also come out to take a look at this, and they are in agreement that the tree does need to come down before it does create further destruction.
Okay, any other questions? Ms. Valentini?
Just something for, I guess, clarification or confirmation. This is going to be 4 units, right? Because I mean, I guess that's how I understood it. But when I read variance 2, a dwelling unit is not permitted in a fourplex. They're not 5 units, they're just 4, right?
Through you, Madam Chair, Member Valentini, yes. Just
okay,
4
it's
units.
just confusing. Okay, thank you. That's what I thought.
Mr. Clay, did you have a question? I thought I saw your hand up earlier.
No, I was just going to ask the applicant, I was just looking at the soft landscaping percentages, and I'm presuming that the front yard landscaping variance is a existing condition, is that correct?
Through you, Madam Chair, Member Clay, yes, that is correct. It is an existing situation for front yard landscaping. This is an addition alteration.
Yep, thank you.
Okay, any further questions, panel members? Okay, Ms. Evangelista, we're ready to go into committee. We've read all the materials, and I don't see any further questions. Is there anything that's not in the materials that you want to add before we go into committee?
Madam Chair, I have included every possible photo and materials to address all concerns. And I would like to note that we worked very closely with planning on this file.
Okay, thank you. Okay, panel members, let's take it into committee. Any comments, a motion?
With the clarification received from the applicant's agent, I'm satisfied that, what is being proposed is not, unrepresented in the area. I think the design, especially from the front with the step back, and also this being a corner lot, I think the development as proposed, is appropriate. The existing the landscaping in the front exists. We've heard submissions with respect to the arborist recommendations with respect to the trees in the rear, and I would be in support of this application, and if my colleagues have no further questions, I'd be prepared to move a motion.
Okay, go ahead.
So I move a motion to approve the application and with no conditions.
Okay, do I have a seconder? Ms. Valentini? Okay, motion to approve, moved by Ms. Hayes, seconded by Ms. Valentini. All in favor? And I've lost Larry again. But this, oh, you're back, okay. So, were you in favor, Mr.? Okay, great. All right, so that's a unanimous in favor then. So your application's been approved. Okay, thank you. All right, item number 23, 447 Clinton Streets. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, covering letter from Mr. Galbraith, the agent. We have staff report from engineering asking for condition, and we have forestry, are they asking for condition? Yeah, 1 and 3. And correspondence in opposition from number 449. And I believe that some of the concerns are related to the narrowing of the walkway, shadowing, fencing between the two properties in terms of height. We have 2 speakers listed. Mr. Galbraith, are you there? Did we lose him?
Good afternoon.
Oh, you're there? Okay, thought we lost you.
Yes.
Okay, could you just identify yourself for the record, please?
Sure. My name is Sean Galbraith. I'm a planner here on behalf of the application.
Okay, thanks. And we do have 2 speakers, as I mentioned, so if you can please give us a presentation no more than 5 minutes, and we're starting the clock now.
Thank you very much. I'll be brief. The proposal seeks to renovate the existing house to create a 2-unit main house and a new laneway suite in the back. The overarching goal of the project was to make a secondary suite that was not just another basement apartment, and it gives that unit ground floor space and basement space, but notably gives it 2 private outdoor amenity areas, being the front porch and the rear sunken terrace. This was done with a goal to create a more equitable space and to just not sort of hide the secondary suite in the basement. The proposal notably has a front yard setback variance, and that is so that in an attempt to repair the existing street wall of the street. This is a 2nd generation house that was at some point in the future pushed far back onto the lot, as was the neighboring house at 445. And the proposal seeks to bring it out so that it matches 449 in the front and is more in compliance with the prevailing character of the street in terms of how it's related to the street itself. So some of the variances are related to the nature of the averaging of the front yard setbacks between 449 and 445. There is no building depth variance, and so the new massing in terms of the length of the building is being added to the front, and the existing rear wall of the house is being retained. Without the front yard setback variance, effectively the house could be pushed even farther back onto the lot without a depth variance. So to mitigate that, we're bringing the house forward, which achieves a number of good planning goals, I think.
Okay,
in terms of the...
No, I was just going to say, I believe I read you're also improving the rear landscaping by doing
A
that?
significant improvement. So the existing is all hardscape concrete. So we're going from, 0% hard or soft landscaping in the back, and we're bringing it up to just under 61%.
Okay.
A significant improvement.
Okay,
With regards to the side yard setback, we aren't narrowing the side yard at all. It's an existing condition along the north side. So we're not sort of making that worse. The only way to pass by on that side is on the neighbor's property, on the property at 449. I spoke with the owner of 445, the property to the south, and well, he hasn't submitted anything that I'm aware of. When I spoke with him, he was in support of the project, and actually wanted to do something similar with his property as well. I'm not sure if he's one of the two people who have registered to speak, but that was my conversation with them. I think that's sort of the gist of the project. I'm happy to answer any questions and see what the other speakers have to say.
okay. Panel members, did you want to hold your questions till we hear from the opposition, or you okay with that? And yes, Mr. Galbraith, my first speaker is actually the owner at 445 in answer to your question.
Oh, okay.
Okay. All right. Do you have Mr. Picon on the line? No. Okay, he's not on the line. So we'll go to the other speaker, which is the owner of 449. Mr. Lin, are you on the line?
Yes, I am.
Okay, can you please identify yourself for the record?
Sure, my name is Frank Lin, and I'm at 449 Clinton Street, just a neighbor to 447. Good afternoon to the committee.
Okay, we're going to start the clock now, and you have 5 minutes.
My overall objective is to talk about these 4 concerns that are of ours. There's not an objection to the project itself, but we do have some concerns. The first one is extending the front of the house, meaning that I think this is variance number 8 and number 10 combined. Extending that means that the previous open portion of the walkway between our house and 447 will become narrow, just like the rest of the walkway that we have right now. So that's number 1 concern we have. I don't know if that existing variance to that tiny walkway was going to be carried out, but I'm assuming that's the ask here. The second concern we have is around the 3rd floor addition. We're not sure how much shadow impact will have onto our patio, our backyard, and to our 2nd floor 2 bathrooms. They both have windows, one's facing north and the other's facing northeast. That's our second concern. The third one, I know it's not a variance, but we're not certain of the shadow impact the language we may have onto our backyard. The owner actually was kind enough to do some shadow impact simulation for us. It didn't seem like a big concern, so I don't think we need to talk about number 3 anymore. Number 4, which is around the fence that was specified. It mentioned the fence in the backyard will be 2.1 meter in height. Currently the fence is not 2.1 meter in height. I think it's about 1.7, 1.6. So we are not certain of the shadow impact it may have onto. I'm sure you actually will have shadow impact onto our backyard with our planters, which is right next to the fence. So the first one is a bit of a concern of ours. The rest is to do with the just shadow impact concern. Hopefully that's clear. If any questions, I'm happy to answer them for you.
Okay. Panel members, do you have any questions of Mr. Lin? Seeing none? Okay, I'm just going to see if we've been able to reach the other person who, yes? Okay, we have the owner of 445 on the line now. Are you there, Mr. Picon?
If you're happy with your message, hit 1.
Okay. Guess not. Did they actually pick up, or you don't? Okay. Okay, so I'm going to go to you, Mr. Galbraith, if you can address the issues that Mr. Lin just raised.
Thank you very much. So the house isn't narrowing the walkway that already exists. It's extending an existing condition. The proposed front extension beyond will actually be a little bit wider than the existing condition between the current houses. Marginally wider, but a little bit wider. The third floor, the shadow, there isn't any additional shadow impact compared to an as of right condition on the third floor bathroom window on 449. That's because the existing house is set back beyond the minimum front yard setback, and so if it was simply extended out to that line, it would already sort of block that window with no other variances. Mr. Lin is correct that my client provided a shadow study for the laneway suite. I'd missed that he was concerned about shadows on the bathroom window, but in my supporting materials on page 3, there's a model of the proposed development. That's an actual physical model that my client prepared so that he could actually model what the shadows were going to be, and it was definitely taking into account. Most of the shadows are existing conditions or permitted as of right.
That's in your covering letter, right? Page 3?
Yes, it is. Yep. The shadows from the laneway suite itself are entirely as of right. There's a comment as well about the fence. That was simply a mistake on the drawings. The fence will, of course, comply with the fence bylaw.
Okay, so what's the actual height gonna be then? Of the fence? Is it 1.8?
1.8, I think, is the fence, what the fence bylaw allows.
I think so. Can you weigh in?
Yeah, that.
Somebody? I think it's 1.8.
Either way, it wouldn't be a 2.1. The fence is shown as 2.1. That wouldn't be authorized by the Committee of Adjustment anyway through this process.
Okay, panel members, do you have any questions of Mr. Galbraith? No? Mr. Clay, did you have a question or no? No? Okay. All right, we'll take it into committee then. Any discussion?
I'm happy to start, Chair. This part of Clinton, in fact, most of Clinton, I think, is in a street that's in transition. There's a lot of redevelopment activity going along. It's proximate to the park, it's proximate to Bloor Street, proximate to transit. It is a desirable area. It's not surprising we're seeing a number of redevelopment applications. I thought, even though there are a number of variances, I think the vast majority are quite minor. I was pleased to see that the laneway suite in particular didn't really require any variances other than a minor setback. And just looking at the design, I thought it was actually quite an attractive design, particularly that the two structures are quite complementary to each other. I acknowledge the neighbors' concern about shadowing. I thought the agent did a really good job of explaining it. I like the idea of bringing the front out and marrying the front facade with the existing line of dwellings in that area. I thought that was an appropriate way to adjust the building structure. So, for all those reasons, I think it's a supportable application.
Okay, any other comments?
I agree with all those comments, and I also appreciate the applicant made the effort to step back the front of the house to help reduce any massing. I think that helps, and I have to say the photo of the model that was done was quite impressive, and I think it really helps to show how it will fit in well with the neighboring property. So I think I'm in support of the application myself as well. I think it's a good fit for what's going on.
Okay. I'm also in support, although I would like something noted that the fence be built in accordance with what's permitted under the fence bylaw. Because I know the 2.1 is higher than what's permitted, so I don't want us to approve 2.1 and then. I thought it was 1.8. I could be wrong. It's 1.8, yeah. Okay.
Well, if my colleagues don't have any further comments,
I'm
Chair, are
sorry.
you okay?
Sorry, I
I'm
can't.
prepared to make a motion.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to make a motion. So I'll move a motion to approve this application. I think there's a forestry condition in 3. There's an engineering report.
Yep.
Which has a condition with respect to an at-grade refuse storage area. Chair, I'll take your advice. Do we want to put a condition in about the fence?
Yeah, just that the fence be built in accordance with what the fence bylaw permits, because there are height requirements that are. We think it's 1.8, but then I think Bram said it's 1.4 at the front, and then somebody else it's been changed to 2, so I'm not really sure. So let's just say it in accordance with what's permitted under the fencing bylaw.
Okay, let's add that as a condition.
Okay, do I have a seconder? You did say forestry 1 and 3, right?
That's correct, yes.
Yeah, okay. So do I have a seconder? Okay, so that motion is moved by Mr. Clay, seconded by Ms. Valentini, with the conditions as outlined. All in favor? Okay, the application's been unanimously approved. Lisa. Okay, 1 second. All right. Okay, the next item is item number 24. 791 Coxwell Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, a covering letter from the architect, Mr. Giuletti. We have email correspondence from planning, and they don't have any concerns. Forestry's asking for condition number 1. We have correspondence in support from number 789, which is adjacent, as well as 783 Coxwell Avenue. Do I have the owner on the line?
Yes.
Hi, can you
Right here.
please identify yourself, name and address for the record?
Yeah, so I'm the verified registered owner of 791 Coxwell Avenue.
Do we need a name? No? Okay, we're good. Panel members, do we need a presentation on this one? Do any of you have any questions? Seeing none? Ms. Valentini, did you have a question, or?
Sorry, I was just reviewing the variances. I'm okay, thank you.
You're okay. Okay, sir, panel has read all the submission material, and we don't need a presentation. There are no questions. Is there something that you want to add that we should know before we go into committee?
Nope.
No? Okay.
Nope. Thank
All
you.
right, okay. All right, we'll take it into committee then. Okay, any comments or a motion, or both?
I can start. I think what's being proposed is reasonable and is representative of some of the redevelopment that is occurring in the neighborhood. I think the variances on whole are not excessive. I think we were provided with some wider area examples of other approvals. Planning has no comments, not objecting. I have some neighborhood support. I believe it's appropriate and would meet the 4 tests. And if my colleagues have no comments, I would propose to move a motion for approval subject to forestry condition number 1.
Okay, motion to approve, moved by Ms. Hayes, seconded by Mr. Clay. All in favor? Okay, the application has been unanimously approved. Thank you very much. Item number 25, number 2 Rogers Road. And, okay, I think it's kind of the same as the next one, aren't they together? Item 25 and 26. I can ask Mr. de Oliveira when I get to it, but we have before us, for both of those items, we have a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, and we have email correspondence from right-of-way management. They don't have any concerns, and it's the same for both of these. And I don't have any speakers. Are you on the line, Mr. de Oliveira?
Hi, yes, I'm here. My name is Mike de Oliveira. I'm here representing 2 Rogers Road and 368 Oakwood, and I'm with Replacement Design located at 911 Davenport Road.
Okay. You have a speaker for number 2 Rogers Road? I'm just looking, and maybe I missed it. Oh, yeah, I missed it. Okay, Mr. de Oliveira, we do have 1 speaker, so, and do you have them on the line before? Yeah? You're sure we have them? Yeah, can you ask before we, just give us a second.
Good afternoon.
Oh, okay, just bear with us. Okay, Mr. de Oliveira, we do have 1 speaker. And so if you can give us a presentation, no more than 5 minutes, please.
Certainly. So we are seeking relief in the bylaws today to create a second-story rear addition to both of these buildings. The variances we are seeking are in line with similar approvals the committee has made in the past. Our clients have spoken to many of the neighbors who didn't have any concerns, but unfortunately there is the one that you mentioned here in opposition today. Upon designing the addition, it was important to us and the owners that we limit the increase to the overall footprint of the building. We achieved this by limiting the size of our addition to that of the existing 1-story portion of both buildings. This helped to minimize the overall impact of the building while also complying with the side yard setbacks. Although we are asking for a variance to parking, there is little change to the amount of businesses or bedrooms in the building. The existing first floor and basements of the respective buildings are still going to serve the same types of businesses as they do now. It's also important to note that Rogers and Oakwood is an area that is heavily serviced by public transportation, and many renters would not be in the need to have their own parking, with many renters and patrons accessing businesses and units from the TTC paths along Oakwood and Rogers, respectively. This is a very common condition that is seen across Oakwood, where these businesses often have 0 parking, such as 336 Oakwood, which required 7 parking spaces, but was approved by committee for 0 as well. In our case, we do have space to at least have 1 parking on both properties. As you can see, like, you might be able to fit some more parking, but access for getting in and out becomes a bit of an issue. But as I mentioned, there is lots of TTC bus routes along both Rogers and Oakwood that would make this a non-issue for any renters and patrons. We do have an overall height variance for one of the buildings, but there is no change to the overall height of the building itself. It's just because of our new addition, we've actually sloped it to be just below the overall height of the building. So we're not actually making anything worse there. And we really just have the 2 variances for 2 Rogers, and then there's the 1 parking variance on 368 Oakwood. So I leave it to the committee if they have any questions or to respond back to the neighbors.
Okay, I think we'll hold our questions until we hear from the opposition, so I'll have you back after we hear from the neighbor. Mr. Jimenez, are you there?
Yes, hi, I'm here.
Hi, can you please identify yourself, name and address for the record?
Yeah, my name is Mauricio Jimenez. I am the owner of 374 Oakwood Avenue.
Okay, you have 5 minutes to address the committee. I'm starting the clock now.
Okay, basically I have 3 comments to do. Is one, we have a business here in Oakwood since 10 years ago, and we have been or we have seen the parking problem for our stores. The clients constantly are arguing with us because they don't find parking. So my big concern is that building in the corner that has the right to have 6 parkings, they are going to have only 1. So later this morning, unfortunately it was so late. I am so sorry for that. I still need some pictures of the back part of this property, the 2 Rogers Road, where I took in different times of the day and night pictures, and every single day it was at least 3 cars on that lot.
Are these the pictures, sir, we're seeing?
That's correct. Those are the pictures, yes. So for me, it's common sense that those cars are going to park in the street, taking space for our customers to park in the street to shop around in Oakwood. So I in complete opposition of leave only 1 parking spot in this property. The second objection is not part of the variance, but if you see the plans, unfortunately you don't have to be an architect to see that what is planning to do is basically a small, tiny backup light and ventilation apartments in those buildings. Otherwise, I would like to ask the architect why he designed a shower in a store, in a very, very, very tiny store. So just think about it, that if you notice, there are going to be 4 apartments in the basement of those 2 buildings. No light, no ventilation, and for sure they are going to rent it out. For the first condition, the height, I don't have any problems with that.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. De Oliveira, are you there?
Hi, yes, I'm here.
Great. Can you please address the concerns raised regarding parking, loss of, like more people parking on the streets because of the parking spaces lost, and the other issues raised by the neighbor?
Certainly. So, as the neighbor addressed, I believe that some of the comments are unfair to our new owners. I believe over the years they have most likely seen these units used more so like a rooming house where each room is individually rented out. Our clients have no intention to do such a thing. It's their intention to update the state of the building and create new, clean, and safe units. Our clients just received possession in September of last year. So they've just been waiting to get to committee to get the approval to do the renovations to the building. So things will obviously change depending on the outcome of committee. As can be seen on the floor plans, every bedroom has a window. There are 2 units on the upper floor that both meet the building code requirements. There's no intention to turn the lower units into apartments. These are meant to be businesses with their own storage areas and restrooms in the basement. He mentioned why there's a shower in some units. We've also had in 2 Rogers an existing barber shop. The intention is to leave similar types of businesses for the future. So as you can imagine, some of those businesses would need areas where they can do shampooing for customers' hairs, anything related, whether it becomes like a business that allows for dog grooming. There's going to be a need for water supplies in spaces. some businesses also have areas for their employees to change and freshen up depending on the conditions of the job. So that's why we have these types of areas in the basement. As I mentioned, these are mostly meant to be storage areas for the individual businesses. They all have their own stairs leading from the business itself. If you see when flipping between the first floor and basement proposed plans. Transportation has looked at the applications. They have no concerns with the parking. As I mentioned, like time and time again, Rogers and Oakwood is heavily serviced by PTC. These are similar issues for all businesses along Oakwood and Rogers. Parking, I understand, is at a premium, but a majority of people using these units are not going to have access to a car to begin with. As we see in the past couple of years, the city has tried to increase bicycle usage and public transportation as much as possible, and these are the types of units that are meant for such a use. So I believe what we are proposing is in line with what's being done throughout the city and for the character of the neighborhood. Open it up to any questions you might have.
Okay. Panel members, do you have any questions? No? Okay. If there are no questions, we'll take it.
Just, sorry, I do just want to clarify. I'm just scrolling through the two sets of plans. You'll be able to more easily tell me this, but so Oakwood, the one on Oakwood is going to have 3 commercial units, I guess, and the one on Rogers will have 2. Is that correct?
Sorry, just flipping back here. So the idea is they would both potentially have 3 businesses on the lower level, and that's both for 2 Rogers and 368.
Oh, I see. Okay, so 3 retail business and then 2 apartments above in each. Is that correct?
Yep.
Thank you. And currently, can you help me from not flipping through all of those plans? What is it currently now? I know there's 1 apartment in each unit, 2 Rogers and Oakwood.
Yes. So
how many commercial?
2 Rogers, it's 3 commercial on the lower level right now, and then there's the upper unit.
Yep.
And for 368 Oakwood, it is 1 convenience store that uses up most of that lower level, and that'll be converted into 3 businesses as well.
And Oakwood has 1 apartment right now?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Mr. Clay, no? Okay. Ms. Hayes, no questions? All right, we'll take it into committee then. Okay.
I'm happy to start, Chair. I thought this was an entirely reasonable application. It is really just enclosing the second-story veranda, porch, whatever we want to call it, and making it an enclosed room in an area which is serviced well by transit, is a commercial area. I did note that transportation has reviewed and didn't have any comments on the parking issue. Parking is going to be a premium in just about every neighborhood. It's the bane of our existence, I'm afraid, but I didn't see that this application, particularly the number of variances they're asking for, is very, very minor, and I think those variances are minor in their content as well. So I'm happy to support this application. I thought it was quite reasonable.
Okay, so I'd like to do them both at the same time because the 2 properties are kind of, so items 25 and 26. So is this a motion then, Mr. Clay, to approve?
Yeah.
Okay, do I have
Yes, I'm,
there's no conditions?
no.
Okay, do I have a seconder then, Joanne? Okay, so this is for item number 25, 2 Rogers Road, and item number 26, 368 Oakwood Avenue. I have a motion on both of those items, moved by Mr. Clay, seconded by Ms. Hayes, to approve both of these applications. All in favor? Okay, both of those applications have been unanimously approved. Thank you. Okay, again, the next two items, item number 27 and 28, can also be done together. I show a speaker on, so that would be 236 and 234 Willow Avenue. I show a speaker on 234. Is that person on the line? Yeah. Okay, just bear with me one
Hello?
second. Yeah, hang on one second. Okay, as long as you have them, so just bear with me a second. All right, so for both item number 27, which is 236 Willow Avenue, and item number 28, 234 Willow Avenue, we have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. We have 6 photographs of the subject property. We have, for 234, we have a covering letter from Stephanie Carapita and O'Neill Smith, the applicants, and also, well, they're the owners of 236. And then we have the reverse, a covering letter from the owners of 234 Willow. We don't have any correspondence from staff. And as I said, I'm showing one speaker for item 28, which is 234 Willow. Is the agent on the line? Or the owner? Yeah, I have 2 different speakers, so I don't know. Let's see if they're both there. I mean, I think they're just working together by the sounds of it. Okay, can we just see if they're both there? I guess. Okay, Mr. Orestes, are you there?
Yep.
Okay, I'd like to do them together if possible. I think that you're working together with the owner at 234, is that correct?
Correct, yeah.
Okay. So maybe if you bear with me 1 second, would you be doing a presentation on behalf of both of you, or do we need 2 presentations here? It seems to me.
It's gonna be that we're gonna have the same comments.
Right,
They're similar.
so, have you discussed amongst yourself with Stephanie Carapita, who's gonna do a presentation? Cause I'm gonna need one, just because we have a speaker, we have 1 speaker, right, or not? Do we have a
There should be, I should be registered as a speaker as well.
Oh, actually, you know what? I stand corrected. You're registered. I thought we had an opposition speaker. We don't.
No,
So we're okay then.
Yeah.
So let me see if the panel has any questions from either one of you. Just bear with me. So I'm seeing heads shaking no. So.
I'm just curious,
Yeah.
Sarah, if I just ask a question out of curiosity, if this gets approved, does that mean that this goes on title for the properties?
Yeah, it would change the title slightly.
Right, instead of being a right-of-way, you would each own half.
Use, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so are there any other questions? Panel members, seeing none? Okay, so Mr. Orestes, first I'll go to you. We've read all the material. We don't need a presentation, and there are no more questions, so we're ready to go into committee. Is there anything you need to add that we're not aware of?
No, it's just that, again, we've discussed it with and agreed with Stephanie. We don't know of any neighbors that are opposed to it. It's really reflects reality that the alleyway is too narrow for a car to use, so.
Okay, do you have Ms. Carapita on the line also? Let me just go. Okay, are you there, Stephanie?
Yes, hello. I'm in full agreement with Perry Orestes and don't need to make any other further comments.
Okay, thank you very much. So panel members will take it into committee, basically looking to approve item 27 and 28 at the same time. So that's for 236 Willow and 234 Willow Avenue. Okay, any comments and a motion?
I'm happy. I thought this was a fairly straightforward, easy variance, and both parties parties are in agreement. It seems to make sense that the right-of-way is unusable for anything else. So if they're happy, I'm happy to move a motion to approve the variances for both 236 and 234 Willow.
Okay, motion to approve, moved by Mr. Clay, seconded by Ms. Valentini. All in favor? Okay, both item 27 and 28 have been approved unanimously. Thank you. Okay, the next item is item number 29, 34 Kildonan Road. Okay, we have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. We have a covering letter from Mr. Bader, the agent, and we have staff report from transportation. They want the curb restored. I don't have any other speakers listed. Is the agent there?
Yes, good afternoon, Madam Chair.
Hi, can you just identify yourself, name for the record?
My name is Robert Bader. My address is 38 Albany Street in South Etobicoke.
Okay, thank you. Panel members, do you need a presentation? Do you have any questions of Mr. Bader?
I guess one point of clarification, transportation has a condition that they want the curb cut filled in, but the submission is suggesting that they still want to keep the driveway, so they would need the curb cut.
Yeah, I don't believe that's the reflective of the submission. The property owner intends to landscape the front because there's no longer access to the garage. So we've explored other parking options with right-of-way management, and we believe that it might be on-street parking is the most suitable solution.
Okay, so no longer a need to keep the driveway. All right, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, let's take it into committee. Mr. Bader, did you have anything else to add before we go into committee, by the way?
I had nothing else to add. I just want to thank the committee members and the chair for taking the time to hear my application. And I also want to thank committee staff for allowing us to disable the video option. I haven't had a haircut in 10 months. So.
Okay.
I wish we could do that. Sorry, I got my mic on as I'm laughing. Can I disable my video option?
Alrighty, so we'll take it into committee then for a decision.
Since my mic is on, Madam Chair, I think this one's very straightforward. I have no issues with the converting of a unusable garage to additional habitable space for this property. It's already existing. There's no impact as a result of the converting it, and I'm happy to bring a motion as a result, and that it be subject to the conditions set out in the transportation memo about restoring the curb cut.
Okay, do I have a seconder? Ms. Hayes? All right, motion to approve, including the transportation condition, moved by Ms. Valentini, seconded by Ms. Hayes. All in favor? Your application's been unanimously approved. Thank you. Okay, item number 30. 643 Bathurst Street. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, and we have no further correspondence on this item. Do I have the agent on the line?
Hello, good afternoon, Madam Chair and committee members. This is Eddie Perez. I'm here on behalf of the owners.
Okay. Panel members, I don't think we need a presentation. It's pretty straightforward. Does anybody have a question for Mr. Perez? Okay. If there are no questions, we'll take it into committee.
Well, I'll start, Chair. I agree with you. I thought this was a fairly straightforward application. to make some minor adjustments to the dwelling. I did notice that there are several already existing basement walkouts along the street. It's a very well-serviced street. It can easily accommodate that kind of rental accommodation. I think it's in keeping with the character of the street and the neighborhood. And I'm happy to propose that we move a motion to approve this application. I don't believe there are any conditions.
Okay, do I have a seconder? Ms. Hayes? Okay, motion to approve, moved by Mr. Clay, seconded by Ms. Hayes. All in favor? The application has been unanimously approved. All right. Okay, the next item is 255 Seaton Street. We have before us a copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. We have a covering letter from Peter Latozek, the agent. We have a justification letter, including photographs and previous decisions from Mr. Latozek. We have email correspondence from the application technician in Committee of Adjustment. We have Heritage is looking for deferral. We have support from 216 Seaton Street and 272 Sherburne. We have 5 form letters in support from residents on Seaton and Ontario Street. We have a lot of opposition from, including from Cabbagetown's Preservation Association, residents on Seaton, the Cabbagetown South Residents Association, Cabbagetown Heritage Conservation District Advisory Committee, residents on Ontario Street, and yeah, so we have a lot of people that have written in opposition. I'm showing 2 speakers in addition to the agent. One is in support, and then I'm showing someone from Heritage wants to speak to this item. Now, are they on the line? Do you know? Okay. Mr. Latosik, are you on the line? Can you please identify yourself for the record?
Yes, good afternoon, Madam Chair. This is Peter Latosik from the tax studio, and I am the agent for 255 Seaton Street.
Okay, I'd like to deal with the deferral request from Heritage first. Your thoughts on it before I go to staff?
My understanding, Madam Chair, is that the staff is going to basically retract that recommendation if you let her speak.
Okay, so let me go to the Heritage staff, and then we'll come back to you, okay? All right, Ms. Flood, are you on?
Good afternoon.
Hi.
Hi. So my name is Kristen Flood, and I'm the Heritage Planner with Heritage Planning at the city. And I'm going to attend the hearing today to provide an update on the comments we submitted on this application.
Okay.
So both of the properties at 253 and 255 Seaton Street were identified as potential contributing properties in the Cabbagetown Southwest Heritage Conservation District study, which was prepared by Evoke Architecture and endorsed by the Toronto Preservation Board. And in one of the appendices attached to that report, the date of construction for these properties was listed as 1884, and their style was considered vernacular. However, this date of construction is actually incorrect, and further research that was conducted on this property based on a letter that was submitted by the applicant has confirmed that the correct date of construction is actually 1928. So for this reason, we are requesting that our original report on this application be withdrawn, and we'll be providing no no additional comment on this application. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Have you been able to contact, well, it's a support speaker, but are you going to try one more time? In the meantime, I'll just keep going. Okay, so now that this report's been withdrawn, panel members, do you need a presentation from the agent? I don't have any speakers, and the speaker who is listed is in support of the application, so I'm not showing any opposition speakers. Actually, is the staff, are you still there, Kristen? Did she hang up or not? Hi, Kristen, just a quick, just a very quick question. The Cabbagetown, like Preservation Association, Heritage Conservation District Advisory Committee, as well as the South Residents Association, are they aware of this withdrawal? Because they seem to be quite involved in heritage things in the area. Just curious.
They're not aware of the withdrawal yet, but we will be informing them following this hearing today.
Okay.
The new information we received is very recent, so this is just a change at the last minute.
Okay, I assume that Heritage works with them, sort of. I don't know if you've been in touch, but okay. All
That's
right.
We do consult with them.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Chair, can I interview, just maybe ask your advice or through you to staff? I guess a lot of the correspondence in the opposition was based on the perception that this was a heritage designated building. And given that staff is withdrawing that, I wonder to what extent we should be proceeding, given that a lot of the people that wrote in don't have the latest information, and we won't be able to benefit from whether they still have concerns or not. It just strikes me that it's hard for us to consider this application if we are unaware of whether any of that opposition has changed or not.
I mean,
I just raised it as a question. I don't know what the answer is.
no, I understood. I guess it's kind of, yeah, like two sides of a coin, but having said that, the opposition was based on the fact that they were under the impression that it was going to become, you know, potentially a heritage designated property, which is now not the case. So I'm not really sure what to say. I mean, it sounds like Heritage has now made a decision because of the building date. I think it's, what, about 40 years difference. So from their perspective, it's no longer qualifies for that designation. And whether or not that changes the perspective of residents, I don't know. But the heritage argument, I think, is off the table, so.
Was, and please correct me if I've if you think I've not gotten this correct, but some of the submissions I think also spoke to not just the heritage report, but wanting the committee to defer it because there's a heritage study going on of the area and they're trying to get the Cabbagetown Heritage District designation applied to this neighbor, you know, this street or whatever the case may be. And some of, which is different than asking for different than whether or not it's about this specific property. Some of them were naming about, you know, whether or not if it was actually designated as a district, what design elements may apply, but at this moment of time, it's not designated as a district. So there was the two things, relying on heritage with respect to requesting the deferral because of the date of construction, and then their hope that maybe there was an opportunity to hope that the same, that if this was ever designated, this district, that there would be different considerations to any property development. And so that's how I read some of the submissions. I don't know if my colleagues read them differently than that.
Well, I think that I'm just going to go back to Kristen again from Heritage because, Kristen, can you just clarify whether there is a broader study that includes this particular address going on with Heritage, or if it was just specific to this house?
So there is a broader study going on for Cabbagetown Southwest HCD plan. And in that study, in the future, we're going to identify this property as a non-heritage property. So there would be standards that apply to development and alterations on non-heritage properties, but we don't know what those rules would be, and they would also be less strict than the rules for heritage properties. And that would be probably in a year or maybe a little less or a little longer that plan would come into effect.
Okay, so just so I understand, so you are doing a study for a broader area, but within that study, this property would still be designated as not a heritage property. Is that correct?
So it would be designated, but it would be classified as a non-contributing property.
Okay.
So it wouldn't be considered heritage, although it would be subject to the plan, just with different rules.
Okay.
I guess at this point of time, there is no heritage district, there is no listing of the property, and there is no designation of this property as heritage.
That's correct? Kristen, that's correct? There's nothing at this time, like this wouldn't come into play for potentially a year, is that what you're saying?
That's correct. We have no authority to comment on the application. If it was heritage, then we could comment, or if it was adjacent to a heritage property, we could comment, but currently it's not designated and it's not adjacent to any listed or designated properties.
Okay. Are there any other questions in terms of the heritage? Although maybe I'll ask you to stick around in case something else comes up. All right. Do we have any questions of the agent? Mr. Clay?
At the risk of offending my colleagues, it just seems that given the depth of opposition, particularly including the owner of the adjacent semi, I wonder if we might benefit from a presentation of the application, just so that all of us are clear, and anyone who's watching on YouTube actually benefits from hearing what they're planning as well. Would that be okay?
Sure. Can you just repeat what is it you want to do? Sorry, I missed part of what you said.
I was just suggesting that given the number of letters that we received expressing concern for this application, that maybe we and anyone watching on YouTube might benefit from a presentation to see what the applicant is proposing, so that all of us better understand what the application is for.
Sure.
I agree. I think that's prudent in these circumstances. I would totally agree.
Okay. Mr. Latosek, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so I think you heard Mr. Clay's request for the benefit of the people, because as you know, there was quite a bit of opposition to this.
I do.
Yeah, but we don't have any speakers listed, so. All right, so go ahead.
So the project in question involves a front walkout replacement, rear ground floor deck, and third floor story addition over most of the existing two-story building's footprint. Combined, these proposed modifications have generated 8 minor variances. 5 of the variances, variance number 1, 4, 5, 6, and 8 on the list, are related to existing conditions. This means the size of the existing lot, existing building size, and where the existing building is situated on the lot. There is one variance for building depth, which is related to the rear ground floor deck, by virtue of being situated over the basement walkouts. So the way the city staff have determined this is, they believe that because the deck covers over the basement walkout, that actually acts as, I guess, it adds to the depth of the building. But if you look at the image, I think before this one, that's up on the screen right now, the 3-dimensional image, you will see that basically we are not changing the location of the existing rear wall. It's basically just the deck covering over the rear walkout that's causing this depth measurement. Finally, there are 2 minor variances related to the proposed third floor addition. One is for the main wall heights on the side, and the other is for the FSI. So I've conferred with community planning, and I've addressed all of their concerns by reducing the original list of variances, which had one additional variance listed. We've eliminated that to the current list of 8. We have strived to design the third floor addition, which is sensitive to the vernacular character of this home, while respecting the neighboring homes' massing and scale. If you were able to look at my explanation letter, the one done by LATAG, dated May 4th, page 6, you will see a context rendering of the third floor addition from the street, which basically, I think, shows this very well, how we've tried to mass and scale within the existing neighborhood. The one that you just passed over, that one. So we are the blue building sort of in the middle, and to the left of us is 257, which I believe its owner is on the line with support. So that's also the north side. So that's the side that we would be potentially shadowing. And then beside him is another similar shaped home, and so on. So if I continue, in my previously submitted explanation letter, I have provided several approved minor variance application precedents in this neighborhood for the building depth, main wall heights, and FSI variances. They are appendixed in the document that you were just looking there, and each of them shows examples of similar size lots, same zoning, similar building typology, and how they were granted variances that were actually greater than ours for building depth, main wall height, and FSI. I'm focusing less on the 5 variances that are attributed to the existing conditions of this lot and building, because those are not really anything we can do much about. I believe at this time we have 7 support letters on file for this application. And I will end my presentation here, Madam Chair, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you. Panel members, do you have any other questions?
I guess I'll just ask one question. Usually we, when it's a semi-detached home, and we like to hear from the owner of the house that is the other side of the semi. And in this case, there is a letter on file from 253, which appears to be opposing any change to the front facade, and I wonder if you could speak to that, please.
Yes, so through you, Madam Chair, Mr. Clay, what I wanted to make you aware of is that if you were to, I think I actually pulled this out, they pulled this letter out, but we originally had support from this neighbor for this application. What happened through the course of, I guess, between January and this hearing date is there's been a lot of heritage, I will call it misinformation being passed out amongst the neighborhood, for lack of a better explanation, based on the incorrect data that was stated in the heritage study for this district, as the city heritage planner has stated. And essentially, he's gone back and forth. I think his name is Mr. Hamilton. He's gone back and forth. He retracted. He supported us. Then he didn't. Then he retracted the objection, and then I guess he had talked to somebody else again, and then resubmitted it. But if you read that letter, you will say that it states in there that he is kind of basically teeter-tottering from my impression, and all the objections from me reading of them essentially seem to be hinging on this heritage angle. And because this information has been out there, and I believe these people are very passionate about the issue of heritage in this neighborhood, I think that's generated more objections than this application would have had it not been for this heritage aspect, which, as it states on the notice that you mail out, the public hearing notice, under heritage on page 1, it says not applicable, which it essentially is not, as the city heritage planner has stated to you. So what I'm requesting is that that the heritage aspect, as it relates to this application, is basically not considered at this time. If we were under, if we were designated, if we were listed, if we were in a designated district, then definitely I believe it has merit here. But since we are not at that point, I feel it is prudent that you basically act on the information that you have, which is community planning information, and essentially leave the heritage out of it. That is my request.
Okay, any further questions?
I have a question. Can you speak to the, well, a question and a concern? I mean, heritage or not, I know that's a non-issue at this point, but I often have concerns when there are semis and one side of the semi is proposing to build, a third floor addition. Sometimes you see that at the back. Sometimes there are adjustments made to sort of soften the impact on the adjacent attached semi. I don't necessarily feel that is happening in this case. The other thing I wanted to ask is about the front basement walkout. There are a number of variances that are triggered as a result of that proposal, and I think one of them is the fact that a front walkout is not permitted. Variance number 1. Can you speak to whether that is something that is prevalent in this neighborhood, the walkout?
So through you, Madam Chair, Ms. Valentini, the walkout is basically an existing walkout. There's a photograph of it shown on my explanation in my explanation letter. If that is able to be brought up, it's still there, the existing one. It hasn't been replaced. It is in
so you're
disrepair.
just fixing it?
We are basically replacing it because there's no way to fix a crack like this. I put a red arrow there. If you look, it's basically cracked right in half. So we are replacing it. We are also modifying it to be longer because the owner has underpinned the current basement. From its existing height was 6'2", which I think you will agree is very hard to utilize for a living space. They've underpinned it, and in order to reach the new level of the basement, we have to lengthen the stair because there's just more risers essentially, and that has caused us to max out at the property line, and we were already basically where we are in terms of the side yard setback. That's also, I guess, decreased the landscaping in the front slightly. But really, if you look at the site plan, you'll see that the house is so close to the front property line that between the walkout, the porch, its stairs, there is really almost no landscaping to speak of within the lot area itself. As far as your previous question relating to can you maybe just repeat that, and I'll try to answer that. Where you were talking about, I don't know if it was a privacy issue or if you were recommending some kind of a setback.
It wasn't it was more of a comment than a question, actually. It was just in relation to when you have a matching pair of semis, adding a third story. In this case, I believe your proposal is, building at the front end, basically the whole third level. Often, and I appreciate the roof is pitched at the front. Often, though, we see the third floor maybe set back to soften the impact on the adjacent semi. I understand the adjacent owner who owns a semi did oppose and did say whether it was for heritage reasons or not, that they're not supportive altering the front facade because it's not going to match theirs. So can you speak to that? Is there anything that can be done to?
So the way I would, I guess, answer that is ultimately if this was maybe a more a semi that had more separation between other buildings around it, I think it would probably highlight that aspect of it being actually a semi. In the case of our particular siding, we have next to no separation from the neighbor at 257. If you look at the site plan, I think we've got like 2 inches, honestly. So the reality of our case is that when you look at the massing, you can't really tell whether it's a semi, a row houses, townhouses, whatever one might call it. They just seem like a continuous row of houses. And I think that in itself softens the change that we're proposing to the semi beside us. You know, I'm not going to put words in Mr. Hamilton's objection. I can only read from what he's posted here. And if you read the last paragraph of the statement, I don't know if I'm allowed to read that or you can bring it up on the screen. You know, he basically starts with, I'll just say, in theory, I would support a proposal, this, and then he goes on to state something that has been repeatedly communicated in these objections to the point where some of my drawings were used by these objecting parties to draw over essentially this prominent policy in heritage designated districts or heritage designated homes where you're not supposed to see the 3rd floor addition from the opposite sidewalk when you draw it from the eye line, from the height of your eyesight over the existing ridge. And that's just been sort of, I guess, information that's been given to many people out there. And in our case, I believe that information is basically kind of polluting our application. I feel like our application should be solely, should be tested solely on the community planning forecasts, and heritage should not be an aspect here. Unfortunately, that hasn't been the case, and I feel like most of these objections are the result of that. I also feel like if you were to I don't know if Costas is still on the line, he's the owner of 257 to the north of us, directly to the north of us. If you were to let him speak, he could tell you firsthand his experiences, having been basically, having been able to speak directly to these people that have been essentially spreading this information about heritage.
Okay,
That wouldn't be hearsay.
Mr. Latosik, can we please just stick to the questions and to staff?
Yeah, my question wasn't heritage related. So it was, in my view, based on sort of planning merits. But maybe you can clarify for me, is 251, you're right, they do almost all appear to be attached, the facades. What is 251? Is it attached to 253 or is it detached but like 0 setbacks? Do you know?
To be honest, like I can find out for you really quickly, I suppose. Do you still have the map that you send out with the, actually you may have it on the back here, that you send out with the notice? It appears detached to me on this map, 251. But again, it's so close to the other buildings that
It's hard to tell. The downspout goes kind of down there, so you can't, if there is a space, it's like an inch or 2.
Okay,
All right.
thank you, but point taken, they do appear almost all attached, so, thank you.
Okay, are there any further
There-
questions?
Just one last question, if I might, just to follow on the discussion that we've been having about the adjacent semi. Have you, sir, or the owner had any direct discussion with Mr. Hamilton?
Yes, the owners basically had multiple discussions with him, going back and forth with this. Like, as I said, originally we had a letter of support from him back from January. It was removed from my submission because he retracted it. Then he retracted it again after they went back to him, after they found out he now changed his mind. And then again, so I think they've had at least 2 or 3 meetings, basically with this neighbor, and it's gone kind of back and forth. And the only reason, if I can clarify why I'm bringing up that whole heritage aspect into it, is that I believe if that information was not brought to his attention, his original support would stand. And I think you would be more likely to I guess, feel more positive about our application when it comes to the changing of, a semi-detached house.
Okay. Are there any further questions, panel members? Joanne?
I have a question. With respect to, I was just looking at some of the drawings with respect to the materials that you're looking to build, just further on the fact that it's half of a semi. Are, on the front facade, are you looking to mirror the roofing materials that are currently on the roof, both on, I know the porch is not being, the overhang on the porch is remaining the same, but on the dormer, for lack of a better word, your drawing says asphalt shingles. Are you, that's not what's there now, but are you proposing that, or are you proposing to try to match design, those from a design element perspective, what's currently on the other half of the semi?
So currently the other half of the semi has, through you, Madam Chair, currently the other half of the semi, both of them have asphalt shingles on them.
Okay, thank you.
So basically we would be matching that. The only reason it's hard to tell from these images, I think, because there's moss or just foliage that has fallen down. You kind of see a green.
Yeah, there's a lot of green on it.
But
yeah.
I, you know, if I showed you another picture, you would see it's just asphalt shingles, and
yeah, I just
been,
sorry, I had just seen on your proposals that on the front you were on some of it you were proposing cedar shakes, so I was just looking for clarification of the other.
On the cladding, on the dormer itself, we would definitely not be doing asphalt shingles. Like, we would be doing something more in keeping with the traditional appearance.
Okay, thank you.
Like the vernacular appearance of this building.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, are there any further questions? Panel members? All right, also, we've made several attempts to connect with Costas at 257 Seaton, and we've been unsuccessful, so, yes. Okay, we're going to check, somebody's calling in, we're just going to double check if that's it, because it's a different phone number.
Hello?
Hi,
Hello?
Who is this?
Hello?
Hi.
It's Costas. I've been waiting here for half an hour, hear my name being called every 10 minutes.
You know what? You threw us off because it's a different phone number you're calling in with. So anyway, glad we caught. All right. So
okay.
Just you're at 257 Seaton, correct?
Yeah. Property owner, just completing a major renovation of the property. Unlike my neighbors to the south and then I didn't have to go through the historical board. Just for the record, I was born and raised in Cabbagetown, so I'm very, very aware of the process, preservation process. And I've gone through the Heritage Act, and the home in question does not meet any architectural revival style complementary to the area. So I'm very unclear why they're taking this route. I was approached by a number of them, and my experience is, I hate to say it, they're over-involved, they're intrusive, and they don't respect boundaries. I'm just being clear on this. So anyhow, they approached me, and they wanted me to go along with this initiative they had. I said, no, I don't think you lack any merit. You know, and honestly, it does not meet the architectural the revival style for the area. And it's not covered under the Act. It's very clear. All you have to do is go to the Act. So those are the points I wanted to raise. Because I think issues are getting confused, and they're immediately going to the Heritage Act. Not every home is designated heritage in the catchment area.
Okay.
Hello?
Yeah, we're listening. All right.
And honestly, you know, they've been wonderful to deal with. They've done extensive work. I think they've been a very cooperative, very excuse me. They've worked with me directly to let me know what they're planning, and I just want to let you know my support and what they planned. I feel that it aesthetically and economically, it fits right into the area, considering that the whole area has not been designated heritage. It's been under review for the last 2 to 3 years. And of course, some of the residents got really upset when I mentioned those points to them. Just my 2 bits.
Okay. Panel
Do you have
members,
any questions?
yeah, I'm gonna ask them now. Does anybody have any questions? No, I don't think we have any questions. I'm glad we got a hold of you.
I think so, okay.
Okay,
By
thanks.
all means, but I think you gotta look at it in a context. You really do.
Alrighty, thanks for your
I
input.
appreciate it.
Okay,
Okay, take care of yourself. Bye-bye.
okay, thank you. All right, panel members, any further questions? I think we'll take it into committee if you don't have any other questions. All right. So I'll just, I mean, based on the input from the agent, the only variances that are not existing, I think, are 2, 3, and 7. The rest are all existing conditions, I believe. And, well, I'm anxious to hear your thoughts.
Well, I'll weigh in. First of all, I think the discussion that we had and the presentation we had was very helpful. It helped me anyways clarify what is being proposed, and the clarification from heritage staff that it is not a heritage building is very helpful as well. I think it might have been a different outcome had it been designated heritage. The explanations in terms of what was being proposed, how it was being proposed is very helpful. I was originally quite concerned about the owner of the adjacent semi. That is something we are always wary about when development proposals happen on semis. But I've reread the letter and heard the agent give an explanation, and there is a degree of ambivalence in the letter, and not to undermine that view, but it, I was kind of convinced that maybe, you know, if it wasn't a heritage designated building, we might have a different set of letters or set of comments from him or the adjacent neighbor. So where I was originally sort of leaning towards not supporting this one, I think I'm now leaning towards, given the many of the variances are existing conditions and the actual variances being requested are comparatively mild or moderate. So I'm kind of leaning towards supporting the application.
I'll go next. When reading all the submissions, I had similar concerns and a little bit of confusion about, okay, what are we really looking at here? When I went and looked at the site, I think that on whole, you know, getting the confirmation that at this point of time, there is no heritage provisions that are applicable to this property. I think that what is being proposed, although it is part of a semi, the design of the front would not, I believe, set it apart or make it look out of character. Some of the third floor additions that are set back from the peak are still visible from the sidewalk. Like if you're standing on the sidewalk, I can see the rear of them. I think the variances, other than what are existing, are I would still consider them minor, and it is an area that is compact, and a lot of the structures do take up a lot of the lot, and I don't think that what is being proposed is out of character, and I would be inclined to support the application.
I'll just add my 2 cents for what it's worth. Typically, I hesitate when there is going to be a change in facade that impacts an adjacent semi, but I think the agent has pointed out, in my view, something that I hadn't really considered. The fact that the adjacent buildings on either side almost read like it's part of a row, even though they're detached. They're very close together. So, you know, I was looking at 251 in relation to 253, and it almost reads like a wall of buildings. So I think because of the context in this case, and I may not feel that in another case, but I think in this case, because everything's cheek to jowl, almost reads as one building mass, I am, you know, I think that is a tipping scale for me in terms of supporting this application. So I thought that was a very good point the agent raised.
Okay, I'll just very briefly echo everything that's been said. I think that this is one of the ones that's been very sensitively designed to fit in with the area. And I just want to also add that actually both of the halves have a basement entrance. They're so well hidden you can barely see them, so, but it's actually there. Alrighty, so I need a motion then. Mr. Clay, did you want to do the honors, or?
Yeah, sure. I'm happy to move a motion to approve this application, based on, all the comments that we've all had. I think we're convinced this is a reasonable application. I don't believe there are any conditions, so, just leave that as the motion.
Okay, and that's seconded by Ms. Hayes, so motion to approve moved by Mr. Clay, seconded by Ms. Hayes. All in favor? Okay, the application's been unanimously approved. Do you want to take 5 minutes before we start the next time slots? Yeah? Okay, we'll be back at 4:01. Okay, we're back and we'll continue with item number 32, which is 19A Lonsdale Road. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, as well as a map of comparable FSI approvals that was submitted by the agent. There are no speakers listed. Do I have the agent on the line?
Yes, hi, this is Nilüfer Sultani from KH Davis Engineering. I'm the agent and the designer for 19A Lonsdale.
Okay. Panel members, do you need a presentation? I think it's only one variance here. I don't think we need one. Do you have any questions of the agent? Anybody? No? Okay. Ms. Sultani, we've read all the materials and we don't need a presentation. There are no questions. Is there anything you want to add before we go into committee to make a decision?
Sounds good to me.
Okay. All right. Any comments? Panel members?
Madam Chair, I think this is a straightforward application. It looks like they're proposing to enclose part of a balcony that's over the front garage. I don't see this being really have any impact on the adjacent semi or the neighbors, and I'm in support of the application. I'm happy to bring forward a motion for approval without any conditions.
Okay. Do I have a seconder? Mr. Clay? Okay, motion to approve, moved by Ms. Valentini, seconded by Mr. Clay. All in favor? The application's been unanimously approved. Thank you. The next item is item 33, 264 BAIN Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. We have a map showing neighborhood support. 7 form letters in support signed by 258, and 262 and 266, which are both adjacent neighbors, as well as 274 and 255 Bain and 22 Dingwall Avenue. Do I have the agent on the line?
I've declared
Oh
an
yeah,
interest on
that's
this
right.
one, so I'm
I
stepping
have
aside.
like
Thank you.
3 sheets and you're over here.
I know. I just
Okay,
wanted to
thanks.
remind you before I shut my camera off.
Yeah, thanks.
Left.
Okay, so Ms. Valentini has declared an interest, as she has property in the area. Okay, is the agent on the line?
Yes, I'm here. My name is Mike De Oliveira. I am acting on behalf of 264 Green Avenue, and I'm with Replacement Design located at 911 Davenport Road.
Okay, thanks. I think we heard you earlier today, so you're back.
Yep.
Okay. All right, panel members, do you need a presentation? Can we go straight to questions? Do you have any questions for the agent? No? Okay. Mr. De Oliveira, do you have anything to add? We've read the materials. There are no questions. We're ready to go into committee.
No, if there's no questions, I think we're okay to move forward.
Okay. All right, panel members, we're in committee. Any comments and a motion?
I'll start, Madam Chair. I believe the variances as being requested are very representative of what is been going on in the neighborhood, and the character of the homes and the height variants are not unique to the existing neighborhood. I believe it's appropriate, and I think it meets the 4 tests, and I'd be prepared to move a motion.
Go ahead.
If my colleague has no further comments.
No, I think he's okay.
Okay, so that's my motion to approve. No conditions.
Okay, I have a motion to approve the application moved by Ms. Hayes, and I guess you're the only one that can second there, so seconded by Mr. Clay.
Well, let me think about it. No, I would agree with everything that Joanne said. She's bang on. I would second her motion.
Okay, all in favor? Okay, the application has been unanimously approved. Okay, the next item is item number 34. And Ms. Valentini, you're good to come back if you can hear me. Okay, in the meantime, item 34 is 152 Beatrice Street. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, a covering letter from Mr. Xavier, the agent, 6 form letters in support from residents of Beatrice Street, number 2B, 103, 141, 150, which is adjacent, and 156, as well as 179 Montrose and 52 Grace Street. And I'll just add that based on what I read in the covering letter, variance 2 is an existing condition, variance 3 is a decrease from the existing, and variance 4 is also less than the existing for the bay window. So, okay, is the agent there? Mr. Xavier, are you there?
Hello, hello.
Hi, can barely hear you. Can you speak up a little bit?
Is that better?
Much better, yeah, thanks. Okay,
Okay.
can you just identify yourself for the record?
Yes, my name is Christopher Xavier. I'm designer on behalf of the clients with Men at Work Design Build.
Okay, I don't have any other speakers. Panel members, do you need a presentation on this one? Do you have any questions? No questions? Mr. Clay, do you have any questions, or you're okay? You're good, okay. Okay, Mr. Xavier, we don't have any questions. We've read all the material. Is there anything you need to add that we're not aware of before we go into committee?
Oh, that's fine.
Okay, panel members will take it into committee then for a decision.
Madam Chair, I'll step in and throw my comments in the ring here. This one, in my view, is a very straightforward application. It's a rear 2-story addition. It's slightly larger than the attached addition of the attached neighbor, but I don't see there being any, impact as a result of this. As you pointed out, Madam Chair, one, the rear softscape is existing, and they're improving the encroachment in terms of the bay window. And for FSI, noted they're already over, and any increase you're asking for is in keeping. I think this is a decent application that meets the 4 tests, so I'd like to bring a motion forward for approval of the application.
Okay, do I have a seconder? Ms. Hayes? Okay, motion to approve, moved by Ms. Valentini, seconded by Ms. Hayes. All in favor? The application's been unanimously approved. Thank you. Item number 35, 46 Joanith Drive. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. And forestry is asking for condition number 1. I'm not showing any speakers, and I have no further correspondence. Do I have the agent on the line?
Yeah, David Lang.
Okay, panel members, do we need a presentation on this one? No? Do you have any questions of the agent?
I have a question.
Yep.
With respect to the side yard setback, is your ability not to comply because you want to put because of the garage?
Yes, we were trying to maximize the parking spot there, while maintaining a somewhat of a setback there for work and proper roof construction. It's sort of. Sorry, go ahead.
Is there any, can you point to any other properties on that street that have a similar small side yard setback?
So I submitted a cover letter on the 5th, and I showed a picture there of 52 Joanith that is almost identical. They did the addition, they have the garage there, and I believe they asked for the exact same variance that is going to be needed for this application. Do you have a copy of that letter?
I think
Yes,
we're
we're
trying to find it actually. No?
It had a picture on it?
Yeah, there's 2 photos. The photo on the left is the house I was just referencing. It's like 4 doors down. It was almost the exact same kind of project, same variances.
Did you send in like a covering letter? I don't see anything in my tabs actually.
I even confirmed it with the technician.
Oh, maybe.
Yeah, I don't have a cover letter.
Yeah, I think it may have come in late then after the agendas were out already. I think staff's trying to find it right now, but.
It was accepted on May, there's a stamp on my copy that says May 5th. It's even online.
Oh, okay.
I actually printed it off this morning from the website.
Okay.
So what address is that? I'm sorry.
Hang on, I think we found it. Hold on in 1
Okay.
second.
That's it.
Okay.
Okay.
So the photo on the left is, if you scroll step, you can see the garage there. And then the photo on the right is 2 doors over, similar project, they just didn't do the garage.
I see.
Okay.
The height variances for the project on the right are identical to the variances for height that we're proposing.
Thank you.
Okay, any further questions, panel members? No? Okay, Mr. Lang, and we're ready to go into committee. Is there anything else that you need to add before we go into committee?
No, that's it.
Okay. All right, panel members, we're in committee. Any comments or a motion?
So I would say with that additional submission that we hadn't had as part of our package, that satisfies me with that the side yard setback is not unprecedented on the street. The variances being requested with respect to lot coverage, height, and FSI, I don't believe are excessive, and I believe they'd be minor. And if there's no further comments from my colleagues, I prepare to move a motion to approve the application, subject to forestry condition number 1.
Okay. Motion to approve, including forestry condition number 1, moved by Ms. Hayes, seconded by Mr. Clay. All in favor? Your application has been unanimously approved. The next item, item number 36, 89 Holmesdale Avenue. The committee has before it copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. We don't have any further correspondence, and I'm not showing any speakers listed. Is the agent on the line?
Hello, good afternoon, Madam Chair. This is Eddie on behalf of the owners.
Hi, Mr. Perez. Okay, panel members, do we need a presentation on this one? Or can we go straight to questions? Do you have any questions? Okay, I can hear background noise from somebody. I'm not really sure where it's coming from, but yeah, okay. All right, panel members, do you have any questions? Doesn't look like it. All right, Mr. Perez, we're ready to go into committee. We've read all the materials. Is there anything you want to add that you feel we should know before we go into committee?
No, it's a straightforward application.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, panel members, we're in committee. Any comments?
I could start. I mean, it's a 1-story rear addition. I think from my looking at the drawings, it's basically replacing what is a existing framed veranda at the rear. I think the lot's very deep. I'm not concerned about that. The entrance off the front wall for a second suite, although there's not basement walkouts, there are secondary entrances on properties directly across the street, leading to the lower level of those homes. So I don't think it's unprecedented to have 2 entrances on the street. And I believe that what's being requested is indeed minor, not out of character. And if there's no other comments from my colleagues, I would move for a motion to approve the application without any conditions.
Okay, I have a motion to approve the application moved by Ms. Hayes, seconded by Ms. Valentini. All in favor? Your application has been unanimously approved. Thank you. Item number 37, 156 Eastbourne Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. We have a covering letter from Bart Soak, the agent, and previous decisions affecting properties at 123 Hillsdale Avenue West and 60 Eastbourne Avenue. I'm not showing any other correspondence, and I don't show any speakers. Do I have the agent on the line?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, can you identify yourself for the record, please?
Sure. My name is Bart Soki. I'm the agent and the architect on the project.
Okay, panel members, I think it's a very straightforward application. Don't think we need a presentation. Do any of you have any questions for the agent? Seeing none? Okay, Mr. Soki, we've read the materials. We are ready to go into committee. Is there anything you need to add that you feel we should know?
No, I don't think there's anything.
Okay, thank you. Panel members will take it into committee for a decision.
Chair, I'll just follow up on what you said. I think you're right. I think it's a very straightforward application. Only two very minor variances. A development application, which is very consistent with development elsewhere in this neighborhood. It fits in with the character and scope of the buildings in the neighborhood. I think it's quite appropriate. So I would move approval of this application with no conditions.
Okay, who would like to second that? You? All right. Motion to approve, moved by Mr. Clay, seconded by Ms. Hayes. All in favor? Okay, the application has been unanimously approved. Thank you. Okay, the next item, item number 38, 134 Spruce Street. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. We have a map of neighboring properties that are in support submitted by Mr. de Oliveira, and 13 form letters in support signed by residents on Spruce Street as well as one on Geneva Avenue. I am showing two speakers. Okay. All right, Mr. de Oliveira, I think you're here the whole day. Lucky you. Okay.
This is the last one, I promise.
Oh, okay. All right. So we do have one speaker. We actually have two listed. One we're going to try get a hold of, but I'll need you to do a presentation, and you have 5 minutes starting now.
Okay. So we are seeking relief to the bylaw to create a 3-story rear addition. These variances are well in line with similar approvals that have been made in the past. As you mentioned, the clients have collected actually 15 letters of support. We had one come in this morning from the neighbor directly behind them as well. Unfortunately, it's just too late to have it on the AIC website. Upon designing the addition, it was important to us and the homeowners that we limit the increase to the overall footprint. We did this by limiting the size of our addition to that of the existing 2-story. This allowed us to not have any variances related to the side yard setback, and although we're asking for 1.084 space index, this is a difference of only 17.84 square meters, or 0.08 FSI in relation to the permitted. We are also well below other approvals on the street, such as 138 Spruce that was approved for 1.4 FSI on a similar sized lot. Although we have a variance for the main wall, this is actually the same as the current condition on the side of the house, but comes up as we are now extending the 3rd floor further back. And there is no change to the current parking conditions. As you can see between the existing and proposed site plan, there isn't really any change to the landscaping in the rear yard whatsoever. I open it up to any questions you might have, or if there's any comments.
I think what we'll do is we'll hold questions until we hear from, I believe it's opposition. So we have Mr. Bossman on the line, or the second one?
Yes, hello?
Hi, Mr. Bossman?
Yes, thank you. I'm the registered owner of 311 Sumac Street.
Okay, we're going to start the clock now, so you have 5 minutes to address the committee.
Okay, thank you. I just want to speak to the committee with an item of concern. I did notice at the time 11 letters of support for this application, but none of them were from the adjacent properties 132 or 136. And I went to visit in the back alley to look at all 3 properties, and I noticed that with 136, basically the rear wall of 134 already extends 5 meters north from the back of 136. So the adjacent property is in a bit of a tunnel.
Okay.
And I'm not here to speak on behalf of 136, but if it were me, I would have a concern that I'm already in the tunnel looking north, and that I would already be affected by, light issues and view issues. And while personally I support 134's desire to improve their property up into the prescribed limits, allowing the variance would magnify the negative impact on 136. And so my concern is that there will be weight given to the letters of support from neighbors along along Spruce Street when it doesn't directly impact them. So if 132 and 136 were in support of this, I would be fine with it, but if it were me, I would not. So this is my first exposure and experience with the planning committee, and I'm not sure how much weight support letters are given. I just wanted to note that I didn't see anything from the direct neighbors who would be directly impacted by this. And I just wanted to leave it at that.
Okay. Understood. Thanks. Panel members, do you have any questions of the speaker?
I do. I just want to confirm. So is this development application directly affect you where you live, or is it hidden from you?
So so Sumac Street is a cross street that crosses Spruce, crosses to the west. So
right.
It doesn't impact me directly, so that's why I'm registering a note of concern rather than objection.
Okay. Great. And thank you for your comment.
Yeah. Okay.
Any other questions of the speaker? Okay. Thanks, Mr. Bossman. Were you able to get the others? Okay. Mr. D'Oliveira, can you just speak to whether or not there were any discussions with the adjacent neighbors? I know we don't have any correspondence in terms of the form letters, but were there any discussions?
Yes, our clients did speak to the neighbors on either side. I believe 132 was a rental property at the moment, so they didn't have any letter signed by the actual homeowner, but the people living there didn't seem to have any problems. And I believe we do have a letter of support from 136. If not that, at the very least, we have verbal.
I don't know. I don't have it listed on my sheet, so maybe you got it late. I don't know, but I don't see it here.
Just trying to go through. I do have it here. I just pulled it up.
Okay. Do you have one from 138? Because maybe it's supposed to be.
We do have one from 138 as well.
Okay.
And we have one from 136.
Okay, so then it was missed somehow. Okay, so we do have support from one of the adjacent neighbors. Panel members, do you have any questions for Mr. D'Oliveira? Is that a no? Okay. No. All right. All right, we're going to take it into committee. Is there anything you want to add, Mr. D'Oliveira, before we go into committee?
No, I think it's straightforward, and as I mentioned, we do have the support from the one neighbor at 136. That is the one that has the addition closest to their home there, and we are in support to believe the rest of our variances are quite minor. As I mentioned, there's no change to the soft landscaping or anything in the rear. The parking variance is the same.
Okay.
Really, if there's any further questions.
No, I think we've read the material. There's no further questions, so we're good to go into committee. Okay, panel members, any comments and a motion?
Madam Chair, this one is, in my view, very straightforward. They're seeking to put a rear third-story addition in above the existing footprint. We've heard that the FSI, there is precedent in the area for FSI similar to what is being proposed or greater than what is being proposed. And as Mr. De Oliveira pointed out, the main wall height variance being sought is matching what currently exists. So and same with the parking. So in my view, I don't see there being any negative impact for this. And I'm in support of the application, and I'd like to bring a motion forward for approval. I think it meets the 4 test.
Do I have a seconder? Ms. Hayes? Okay, motion to approve, moved by Ms. Valentini, seconded by Ms. Hayes. All in favor? Okay, the application's been unanimously approved. All right, the next time slot's 4:30, so we have 3 minutes before we can start.
Hi, Craig. Can you hear us?
Hello. Can you hear me? Hello, are you there? Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah. Sorry,
Oh, sorry about
I think that was me. I forgot to turn my mic on.
Oh, I was just going to say too, I don't have any audio, but we're good.
Okay. Can you just identify yourself for the record?
Greg Race, owner and architect and applicant.
All right. Okay, panel member.
Could you please pull up the design brief I submitted for this? Sorry to interrupt, Madam Chair.
Okay, that's okay. I'm not sure if we need a full presentation. I don't have any speakers listed, so panel may just go on to go to questions. Panel members, do you need a presentation on this one, or we can go to questions? Okay, do you have any questions for Mr. Race?
Chair, I wonder if I might, I see that this application, a similar application for this property, was before the committee in January. I was actually on that panel, so I'm just wondering if maybe you could just give us a short overview of what's different now than what you were bringing forward previously. And you know, obviously you've changed, the plans have changed, I presume, but maybe you could just highlight what the difference is.
Absolutely. So the plans for the house have actually not changed. So this application is purely for a land severance. There are no alterations proposed to the house. The houses are getting ready for move-in, so they won't be altered. The reason that we did not go for a severance at the time, which you may recall, was that there were quite a lot of concerned neighbors on the first go-around for this project. So we agreed to just take things slow and get minor variances for the house itself. And now that the house has been completed, we've been able to tour many of the neighbors through the house and earn their trust. And it's at this point that the neighborhood has felt comfortable to proceed with the severance, and that's why we broke it up into two separate applications.
Okay, are there any other questions, panel members?
There is a letter of objection as part of the committee's material from Gavin Pitchford. Did you have any response to any of the comments made there?
Yes. So I've spoken to Mr. Pitchford. As you can see, his concerns relate to the variances and the lot dimensions that we're proposing. So we did have our survey and reference plan prepared by a surveyor. So I can confirm that the lot dimensions in question are accurate. Yeah, there's the reference plan. So and it's been reviewed with city staff. So there was concern about where the party wall lies relative to the severance, and we've had that all verified.
Okay, thank you. With respect to the undersized lots that would result as this severance, are there any other lot sizes that are reflective of what you're requesting?
Yes. So could you pull up the material we submitted, please? Go to page, I think it's number 9. I don't see it on your list there.
When did you submit that? I'm sorry, we're just trying to find it.
I believe it was a few hours late. It's on the portal.
Oh, so then we don't have it in our agenda, but the staff's
sure.
trying to find it online.
If you can pull that up, that'd be
Yeah,
great. We did a study
they're
area
trying.
Thank you. We did a study area of about 2 blocks in each direction, and there are 42 properties that would require the same lot frontage variance that we're going for today. And I would argue these are not undersized lots. They're almost 18 feet by 140 feet deep. We do not require a variance for lot area. We're actually significantly above minimum lot area. So these lots are huge, frankly, and that's why we're pursuing a variance or a severance for this site. Existing lot is 35 by 140 feet. Like, it's a perfect candidate to be split into 2 and still have 2 lots that are very large not just by East Toronto standards, but for the neighborhood and adjacent context as well.
Just to follow up on that, Mr. Ray, so that's my concern in terms of adjacent context. I mean, I haven't had the benefit of looking at your materials that I think we're still trying to pull up maybe, but in terms of your study area, within that section of Swanwick, I know the street and that section, and oh, here we go. Are there any that mirror that size in that section of Swanwick, in that block from Main through to, I guess, Norwood? Anything
Yes,
that's
so-
okay? This
Yeah,
looks like this is
so,
going to show me this.
If you go to scroll down 3 pages there, that'll show the study area closest to this. One more.
That one?
There you go. So this was our study area. Within this area, there are 4 properties on Swanwick itself that are quote unquote undersized. There are also an additional 38 on Enderby, Main Street, Gerrard, and Ben Lamont. The ones highlighted here are just other semis. They're not the undersized lots, but I've listed the properties on page 9 of this document here.
So what's it, the blue represents other semis or other, what's the color coding? I know, what's the blue? Undersized lots or semis?
No, so this page just indicates other semi-detached homes in the area. If you go to the next page, forgive me, I had this all set up in a logical process here. We're breaking a little. So these are triplexes. The next page are apartments. And then if you go to 2 pages past that, you'll see it says minor variances at the top of the page. Keep going. Those are 2 inspirational projects on Swanwick we use that are similar characteristics. So here's a list under point number 1 here of other properties within that study area that we're referring to. The other variance we're going for, the 0.67 times FSI, that is equal to the application that you saw last summer. So that's maintaining the same statistic of 0.67 times coverage. That's not changing.
So just to follow up then, Mr. Race, according to this here that is on our screen, 22, 31, 36, and 44 Swanwick, in addition to all those others on Enderby, Main, Gerrard, and Lamont, they have lots that are about the same width or less?
Exactly, yes.
Okay. And
Could we just see the location map to see where those are in relation to the subject, please?
So 22, 31, 36, and 34 Swanwick are just off the right edge of the map. 22 is visible here.
can you just refresh my memory? I did go look at this, but if we look at this location map, we've got 22 and then there's a side street. That's obviously a side street. That's not, well, I think I'm answering my own question. Main Street is 1 block over, is that correct?
That's correct. The street on the
Yeah.
right is Enderby.
Okay, thank you.
And on, sure, and on Enderby, which is just the 1 block stretch north of that, and you see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 projects, or 8 properties that are of equivalent frontage.
Okay, any further questions, panel members? No questions? No, we can, okay. Mr. Race, I think we're ready to go into committees, or anything else you need to add before we go into committee to make a decision?
I don't think so, other than we're very proud of the progress we've made with the neighborhood here. You're right that there's a letter of objection, but there are also letters of support, including from the neighbors on both sides of this property. And just as a personal thing, like, we did not have support from many of those people the first time around, and now that they've seen our quality of work, it's been very rewarding to have them now be friends and neighbors and supportive of the project. So I'm just very proud of that. And also, I mean, I do a lot of houses on very small lots that don't have a lot of bedrooms or space. We're creating 2 houses here. Each house is over 2,000 square feet. It's 4 bedrooms plus den. It has on-site parking. In my opinion, this is extremely responsible development in Toronto, and I'm hopeful that you'll see that as well and approve it. Thank you very much.
Okay, well, thank you for consulting with the community. All right, panel members, we'll take it into committee.
Maybe, Chair, I'll start off just maybe with a comment. I can tell you, having sat through the discussion on this application when it came forward to committee previously, it was a very lengthy and a very robust discussion, and the applicant is right. There was pretty overwhelming community opposition to what was being proposed, and we did have a very thoughtful conversation about it, and it did get approved, in part because it seemed to be a reasonable application, notwithstanding some of the neighborhood concerns. It feels like this is sort of a round 2 of that, where it is just a consent to sever. It's not going to be changing the application and its context within the neighborhood, and a couple of very minor variances to round it out. So given that we had this discussion in the past and we were ultimately comfortable with it, I'm comfortable with this subsequent application.
Just throw my comments in. I originally, not originally, on first blush looking at this, I had concerns, to be honest, in terms of the lot sizes. That portion of Swanwick has very large lots with stately homes, large homes. But in discussing it with Mr. Race and the lot study provided, which unfortunately we didn't have the benefit of seeing beforehand, I'm satisfied there are other lots in the area that will be similar in nature to this as well, I think, and there are some semis. So I think in this case, often you see undersized lots and people are trying to put 2 large detached dwellings on here, and you've converted this into what was a duplex and now into a semi. And initially, my gut reaction to you should have done it all at the one time. I see in this case that maybe this makes the most sense. So I'm in support of the application as well. And I did note that although the frontage is undersized, but minimally, the FSI is quite low. So I don't feel this is going to be, I mean, it's already existing, but I don't feel like it's compounded, the undersized lot is compounded by the FSI. So I think the lots can hold what's currently there in terms of the building. So I'm in support of the severance.
I would agree with those comments. My initial concern viewing property was that the lot sizes would be too small. With the additional information about the examples on the immediate street, be fine with that. Also note that, further east on the street, on the south side, there's a conversion to make a multi-unit accommodation. So there is different types of uses on this street. I think that the renovation and the size of the FSI are minor, and with the examples being provided of the other lots in the area, I would too be in support of the application.
All right, I'm going to need a motion then on this.
Sure, do you want to do the severance and the variances together?
I think so. Can we do them? Okay, I guess do them separate then. Maybe do the severance and then parts 1 and 2 together.
Sure, then I'll move a motion to approve the requested consent to sever the 2 lots into undersized lots.
Okay, including consent conditions?
Yes, and
The
there were
the
forestry
standard.
conditions.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but the forestry conditions go on parts 1 and 2. I think the standard consent go on this. And then what
Yes.
about engineering? Where
There
does
is
that-
an engineering condition for the consent. Forestry has a condition for the consent, and then there's conditions for the variances, so.
Oh, really? Are they all the same? I missed.
No,
Oh.
so for the consent, forestry is asking for payment in lieu of street trees, whereas the variance speaks to the private tree bylaw.
Okay, so the forestry condition is payment in lieu? Okay, and then the
Engineering.
Engineering
And then the standard
and the
conditions.
standard
Yeah.
consent. You okay with that, Mr. Clay?
Yes, all that.
Okay, who's seconding that one then? Lisa? Okay, so that's moved by Mr. Clay, seconded by Ms. Valentini, so all in favor? Okay, go again, Mr. Clay.
On a roll, so do we want to do each of those properties separately, or?
I think we can do them together. So that one's
they're the
got
same?
forestry 2 and conditions 2 and 3? And only 2?
Yeah, I'm just wondering if the variances are identical.
I don't think it matters. I think staff said we can do them together, so I think we're okay.
Okay, then I'll move a motion to approve the requested variances for Lot 1 and Lot 2.
Forestry number
they're
2, apparently.
Forestry number, well, yeah, number 2 for both of them, yeah.
Yep. And nothing for engineering on the parts. Okay, that's it for that one. Okay, who wants to, Lisa, are you seconding again? Okay, so again, this is moved by Mr. Clay, seconded by Ms. Valentini. All in favor? Okay, so the application and the severance, they've been approved unanimously. Okay, the next item is listed online as item 41, which is 25 Earl Grey Road. We have before us a copy of the minutes from the January 20th meeting, copy of the draft plan of survey, copy of the survey, revised site plan, floor plans, and elevations, a covering letter from Mr. Mitzi on behalf of Royal Hill Homes, covering letter from Mr. Marquez Marasigan, the agent, and we have staff report from engineering asking for conditions, and again, there would be standard consent conditions. We have correspondence in opposition, signed by owners of 16, 27, and 29 Earl Grey Road, as well as 26, 28, 30, 32, 34, and 36 Shudell. And, okay, just based on what I read, some of the issues that the opposition is concerned about are discrepancies on the plans regarding height, retaining wall encroachment on 26 Shudell, a tree in the rear, as well as balconies and overlook. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 speakers listed. However, I have 2 people listed for 30 Shudell, so we would only have 1 speak or have the 2 of them split their time. So, do we, just before I go to the agent, do you have all the speakers, or? Okay. Okay, is the agent on the line?
Yes.
Alrighty, can I have you identify yourself for the record, and after that, we'll start the clock, and you'll have 5 minutes to do a presentation because there are opposition speakers.
Okay. First of all, would you mind if I make a request? I did submit a late material yesterday.
Okay.
And that would really help me to
Okay,
do a description.
okay, give me a second then. Do we have it? Is it under 40 or 40? Yeah, our stuff is 40, but online it's 41. There was some numbering issues with the last part.
Madam Chair, can I just ask one question?
Sure.
Is this still a waiver? It said the notice says, so I just want to confirm that.
I don't show it on mine here, but Madam Deputy
I
Secretary.
don't think so.
Oh, yeah, it is showing as a waiver, so Mr. Marazigan, is it a waiver, or did you get a?
I don't think so. I believe that we have, clear all the, all the information that it's that the last documents that that I submitted are the actual zoning review.
Okay, so you had a zoning review done then, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, we're still, so did you find, is this the stuff on the screen?
Yes.
That's what you're looking for?
Yes.
Okay,
Thank you so much. Yes.
Okay, so just identify yourself for the record. As soon as you do that, then we'll start the clock.
Okay. My name is Danilo Marquez Marasigan, the designer, applicant, and agent representing the owner, Royal Hill Homes.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. The owner proposes to retain the existing house on Part 3 and renovate the same by adding the third floor addition with gross floor area of 182.56 or 1,965 square foot. The owner also proposes to sever the lot, having lot frontage of 5.15 with a depth of 30.56 and construct a new 3-story residential thereon with gross floor area of 205 square meters, about 2,176 square foot. The proposed house FSI may seem analytically excessive, but the two proposed houses only has 3 bedrooms. The two bedrooms located on the second floor, and then we created a third floor for the master bedroom and the ensuite, which is third floor. We thought that's desirably located on the third floor, on the master bedroom. In order to create a decent dimension and desirable interior space of both of these single-family dwelling, we strongly believe that asking for that side setback variance is essential, with less or no impact at all with the adjacent rear lot line or backyards neighbors along the houses fronting the Shadell Avenue. Please also note that we're not asking for building length variance. Both houses will have 16.7 and 16.5 proposed building length, which comply with the bylaw. Therefore, the notion of the neighbors claiming that it would have a negative impact or would dominate the view on their backyard is, I believe, is irrelevant, because we comply with the required building length, and our building is not long. Also, all of our balconies will have a guardrail fence on the side, therefore to maintain the privacy of the few backyard of houses along Shadell. This was discussed and presented to the neighbors on our meeting back 2 weeks ago, and I believe they're satisfied with it. That even though technically we don't have to do it, because it's not really a zoning issue, but we're happy to do it anyways. I did illustrate that on the presentation page, the first one that we showed. There's an existing mature tree at the back end of 28 Shadell Avenue. We have discussed on the site with the neighbors 2 weeks ago. We were unable to come up with a mutual agreement with the owner on the tree, so we decided, and we do preferably anyways, to apply to Toronto Urban Forestry to protect and maintain the existing tree, and of course to satisfy the requirements of the urban forestry to protect the private tree. We are proposing not to disturb the area of root protection zone that extended on the side yard of our property by not having a partial basement foundation along the root protection zone. And that means that no digging or disturbing the roots that would be allowed. We will engage, of course, with a professional arborist and coordinate with a structural engineer to achieve the proposed design and build above the root protection zone and achieve our intention to protect the existing mature tree. With regard to the old fence will be replaced, of course. We're committed to, the owner is committed to that, to replace the fence along the backyard of the properties, of the properties. It is also our intention anyways to keep the structural integrity of existing garage at 30 Shidell. Engineering design structural drawings would be required to be submitted during building permit review process to illustrate the structural detail of such and maintaining the structural integrity of that existing garage. Please also note that on my presentation page, it illustrates the change that we have done or a revision from the original height design and have coordinated with the city planning official. There should be a memo on that. I'm sure there's a memo on that they're satisfied and they have no concern about the proposed building height. I don't know if you could, Brandon, if you could go back to the last document that I sent yesterday. Yes, if you can zoom in onto the front of the proposed
Okay,
house.
you're over 5 minutes, so can you wrap up, please?
Again, Madam Chair, I believe that I hope that I explained the committee and the opposing neighbors our intent and solution and clarification to all their concern. And I believe that our proposed development are in compliance with the intent of the zoning bylaw and official plan.
Okay, thanks. We'll have you back to address the comments made by the opposition. Okay, do you have Angela Fernandez? Okay, are you there?
Oh, hi, yes, I am. I'm Angela Fernandez. I'm at 29 Earl Grey Road, so that would be like north of the property.
All right.
And
so we're gonna start the clock now. You have 5 minutes.
Sure, yeah, no, that's fine. So really, I think the main issue I wanted to speak to was just the variance request to go to 0.17 meters. So I think you can see from those plans that the developer just had up that, you know, it's pretty much like going right, like they're so close together. And then from along the front, which would be my front and my neighbor next door, Dave Wong, it's just there's hardly any space there at all. So that just seems to be too close. And so what we were asking for in the proposal was to go no less than 0.45 meters. And our concerns with going so close with the 0.17 that's being requested is just that it's going to encroach too much on both the north and the south side. And then insofar as the building is going, you know, long on the lot, that's going to obstruct light and view there from the back laneway. So that was really the issue I wanted to emphasize, but also to maybe just add something about the tree, which is that, you know, one of the trees was already taken down when it shouldn't have been, and so that's partly, I think, why we're concerned about the tree. And the back laneway there is very, you know, it gets very hot back there in the summer, so the trees are important for shade and for us to be able to enjoy our back spaces. So yeah, so really that was all I wanted to say.
Okay, thanks, Ms. Fernandez. Panel members, do you have a question for the speaker? Anybody? Seeing none? Okay, thank you very much. Do you have Jennifer Balo? Hi, Jennifer, are you there?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me okay?
I can. If you can identify yourself, name and address for the record, and we'll start the clock after you've done that.
Sure. My name is Jennifer Balog, and I'm the owner of 34 Shadell Avenue.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so I think we're all going to echo each other's sentiments, I think, here. The main concerns I think that most of the neighbors have is that the variances are what we would consider to be quite egregious. There's going to be 2 oversized houses on 2 undersized lots, which will drastically change the environmental impact of the neighborhood. Like basically, to Angela's point, they've already removed 1 large tree. I don't know if a permit was even secured for that removal, but on the day that it was removed, my neighbor's balcony was suddenly visible where it's never been visible in the past. So that's already been done, and I don't think any correction can be made to that. And now what's being proposed is 2 large structures now basically overseeing the backyards of several houses that front on Shadell Avenue. So I know that, and I appreciate the move to put those privacy screens along the side, which I think addresses the privacy or some of the privacy concerns for some houses. But I'm one of the more eastern properties, which basically gives a straight line of sight into my backyard and the back windows of my house, as well as my neighbors to the east. The other consideration, I think, is the proximity to all of the neighbors' backyards on Shadell Avenue. I think they're basically proposing construction within mere inches of the back fence, which have several implications, in my opinion. One, there are structures along the back fence that could potentially be impacted. They've already graciously agreed to replace the fence if that needs replacing, which is much appreciated, but I think there's other larger concerns over and above that. And then the other concern would be obviously the main one, the large tree, which Elizabeth is going to speak to. It's again just inches, and I don't think just building on top of the root structure is going to be enough to maintain the health and integrity of that large tree. So I kind of have a feeling that once a tree protection zone is established and the drip zone is established, some of these plans might be impacted ultimately anyways. And my last concern, and I think I'm really the only one who's impacted by this, is the garage. So my only concern is that there's a big hydro pole actually right next to the existing garage. As long as they don't come out beyond that hydro pole, I have future plans to build a garage there myself, and I just want to make sure that my accessibility into my driveway and into that potential garage is unobstructed. And to Angela's point, that's quite a narrow turn as it is. So as long as the existing structures don't come out any further beyond what they already are, then I'm okay, even if that is already an existing variance.
Okay, thank you. Panel members, do you have any questions of the speaker? Seeing none? Okay, thank you. Do you have a Mr. Johnson? Hi.
Hello.
Hi, you there, Mr. Johnson?
I am.
Great. Can you just
good
just identify yourself, name and address for the record, please?
Hi, my name's Harry Johnson, and my address is I am the owner of the property at 30 Shadell Avenue, which backs onto 25 Earl Grey Road.
Just before you start, I also have a Charlotte Morgan listed.
Yes, she's sitting beside me.
Okay, so are you going to use the full minutes, or are you splitting it between the two of you, the full 5 minutes?
No, you use the minutes, because the points are being made.
No, I think the points are being made that there's.
Yeah.
We don't want to commit.
Okay, so go ahead then.
Okay, so really, I have to share many of the concerns. One of them is I have trouble. I'm not very familiar with the processes here, but I do find 1.3 as a floor space index exceptionally high, and and as a result of that, basically all the setbacks and variances have spun out from that, so they can jam as much house basically onto a small property as possible. While the architect, Dan, I have a lot of respect for Dan, feels that the houses will not dominate our backyard, basically having a 30-foot wall running across the back of my lot in number 28, less than a handspan away from my backyard, seems to be really excessive. And that seems to fly in the face of several parts of the official plan, right? About configuration of lots, prevailing heights, excuse me, and size. So I think Dan's not quite accurate, or the architect, excuse me, is not quite accurate in saying that we wouldn't feel dominated by that. And I think one of Charlotte's issues, and I can speak to that because she's here beside me, is that she's concerned that having all this stuff happen can't help but have an effect on our backyard, it being so close to the back. We have plants with gardens back there. We have a set of spruce trees, which are not big enough to be under a tree protection zone, but still could consider cause some damage to our backyard. So I think really that's the main one on my side, is just having these two long buildings that are out of character with our neighborhood really. And I'm also concerned they'll set a precedent for anything else that comes along. You know, we have a certain characteristic to our neighborhood, and this really doesn't fit. It might work with an area where there's higher density, but this is not a high density neighborhood.
Okay.
I think that's my bit. I hope I got in under 5 minutes.
Oh, yep, you got lots of time to spare.
Okay, I'll come back again.
All right, panel members, do you have any questions for Mr. Johnson? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much, sir. Do you have Elizabeth Milvain on the line?
Hi.
Hi,
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Milvain.
and your address?
It's 28 Shadell Avenue, and my tree is the tree that we're all talking about. Everybody has expressed the concerns about the new home, etc. I'm not really familiar with the process about when a tree protection plan would be put in place and what my role in that would be. I know that the architect has put forth this morning a new plan for the home that doesn't have a basement under what would be the tree protection zone, which is great, and it's something that he mentioned as a possibility when we had our community meeting. I am still concerned about pruning of the roots and pruning of the crown in order to be able to put the new home in. Is what that is going to do to the tree. Is it going to make it fall on the house that's like literally less than 1.5 feet away from the trunk of this tree? So that's my real concern, in addition to the concerns of the other attendees.
Okay. Panel members, do you have any questions of the speaker? Okay, thank you very much. And then I have Zaina Curry. Yeah.
Hi.
Hi.
I'm Zena Curry, and I live at 36 Shadell Avenue.
Okay.
I just have a concern more. It's the backyards. My backyard is just to the west of this in the laneway, so I wouldn't be affected. I would be affected. My view would be affected, but not as immediately as my neighbors would be, which is a concern for them. My concern is it's being subdivided into two small size lots, and they're both buildings proposed for it is at 130% over square footage, and I believe 60 is the norm for the city, and you can apply for more, obviously, as neighbors do, and as I have renovated my house and did, but I was nowhere near 130%. So it's just, I find the lot size doesn't really support the proposed buildings that they're proposing to do. And one of my other concerns, which is also in the letter that Harry had submitted for us, which I think has now been addressed with the new submission by the architect today, was the drawings didn't match each other, like pages were different. So I was a little concerned about what they were actually going to build, because they showed different levels of, so the second floor, for instance, has a bedroom at 22 feet. And whereas one of their side profiles showed that that was going to be a balcony. So I wasn't sure on the actual confirmed build. So that was a bit strange to me that they were submitting plans that didn't correlate with one another. And I do feel that the height of 10 meters is gonna be substantial on the properties in the backyards of my neighbors on Shadell. I mean, and as someone stated, it's literally a handspan away from their backyards. So it's gonna be a tower in their backyards. So my biggest concern though is the square footage, and I think it's setting a precedent that could be a slippery slope for our neighborhood, and that's my concern.
Okay, thank you very much. Panel members, do you have any questions of the speaker? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, Mr. Marasigan. Can you please address the issues that were raised, specifically the north and south lot line setbacks, the tree issue, how you're protecting the tree, the hydro pole issue, and are there any other small lots, and then the floor space index and height?
Okay. Again, I mean, the total, even though our FSI is analytically excessive, but we have to look beyond that. I mean, we have designed it that way, with in keeping with the within the maximum length allowed. We comply on that. We comply on that. So I mean, therefore, no matter what we build there, I mean, there's still gonna be there's still gonna be comments that it's gonna be impacted their backyard, and please, I mean, all of the community that has a complaint list is along all houses in Shadell. I mean, there's nothing on Earl Grey. Plus the tree, I have explained to them our proposal. Of course, it has to be reviewed by urban forestry, and then we're going to involve arborist and structural engineer to make that design happen, and to make it to preserve that tree. And with regards to possible danger of during construction, I mean, we're gonna make sure that we're gonna have it constructed in a safe manner. And then we have we have discussed with them other comments that they have with regards to privacy issue, the privacy issue with the balcony, having sort of a guardrail fence for us to have a visual access to their backyard, and then with the height, 10 meters. I mean, 10 meters is the correct height for a slope roof. I mean, we're just asking for a variance, the variance for that, for a flat roof, and then we do have we did our coordination and due diligence with the city planner, and they don't have any concern about our proposal.
Okay. Panel members, do you have any questions for the agent? Ms. Valentini?
Yes. Can you speak to the undersized nature of the lots and how this is fitting in with the street? Generally speaking, I don't see how this fits in to have another lot in this location. I've been down the street, and it does seem to be, in my view, overly ambitious to try to fit another detached house into that side yard. So if you could speak to how this is going to fit in with the character of the street in terms of the lot size. I'm concerned about that, and I'm concerned about the FSI. And I am, even though you say 10 meters is not tall, because for a slope roof, this is a flat roof building. So that's a lot I've said, but I have concerns about this application.
Yes.
So.
Well, granting that if we can get the severance, if we look at the streetscape or along Old Gray, we measure the lot of all the houses in Earl Grey. We have an average of 5.1 to 5.5 width of the lot, and our proposal is 5.13, and the other one is a bit smaller, a bit under 5. So I believe that is consistent to the existing houses on along the Earl Grey. And with regards to the height, we have revised the design from the original, based on the suggestion of the Toronto City Planning, and we actually set it back the front of the two houses on the third floor to eliminate that boxy high look that we propose.
Any further questions, panel members? Ms. Hayes, did you have a question, or?
What's the lot width of 27?
27 Earl Grey?
Yes.
Okay.
Please.
Do you want me? Do you mind if I'm just gonna check the measurements on Toronto map?
I'd like to understand the width of it. That's a relatively new build, but I'd like to understand the width of that lot. I couldn't immediately see it from the drawings.
Okay. Just bear with me. I'm gonna try to get the map on my screen.
Is it 5.41?
Yeah. Yes. It's over 5.
So it's larger than either of the lots that you are proposing.
Yes, okay. But it's within the average of what I'm proposing.
Do you know the width? Do you know the width of number 24 across the street? That seems fairly narrow.
I believe the profile or the map profile of the area has it has averages of 5 or 4.5, 5.5. Plus, also when we inquire for the reference plan, we found out that there was an existing pin already that this was used to be a divided lot already. That was the main reason we have a deferred hearing last time, just to.
Sorry, you said there's an existing what?
There was an existing pin already that it was our surveyor said that there was the lot was also was divided already.
So you're saying that used to be 2 lots and they combined it into 1 at some point in time? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, that's what he was that was I was told. So,
okay.
But nonetheless, I mean, yeah, we're.
But you don't know the width of the lot at number 24 across the street.
I could easily check that if you don't mind. What's the number again, ma'am?
24. 24, Earl Grey.
24, Earl Grey. Is that facing Shidell?
No.
Right? 24?
Yeah, 24 Earl Grey.
Oh, okay.
It's across the street.
Okay.
Through you, Madam Chair, looking at the draft reference plan, there was a question about number 27, how big the lot frontage there is, and according to this plan, survey plan, it's denoted as 5.41 meters.
I'm looking at 24 here, but is it a corner lot house, ma'am?
Sorry?
Is it a corner lot? 24?
No, it's
Oh,
right
you're
across,
yeah,
it's
you're
right
Yeah,
across
you're
the
right.
street.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Yes. That's 4.09.
Okay, thank you. Okay, panel members, do you have any other questions? No more questions? Okay, we'll go into committee then. Discussion?
I'll start on this one. I personally have concerns about this application. I have visited the street and walked up and down the street. The applicant has noted a lot study, a detailed lot study would have been helpful in this case, but I did note and he noted there's a lot of 4.09 at 24. I remember that house. I find there's maybe smaller lots, but they have smaller houses. I mean, that's a 2-story house. It's not a very tall, and it's attached. It looks like it's attached anyway. The proposal here, in my view, is not only for, smaller lot frontages, there's also smaller lot area proposed in this case, as well as each proposal is for a 3-story detached dwelling, flat roof dwelling. I have concerns about the lot size. I have concerns about the FSI. I have concerns about the height variance being requested. I have concerns about the setback in terms of all the houses that are on Chadell. There's no setback, side yard setback for the new house being proposed. I think, in my view, this is too much for it is a dense neighborhood, but I think this is going beyond what is currently there. So I won't be supporting the application, but that's just my view.
Okay, anyone else?
I'll chime in. I would echo the comments of my colleague. I too went to visit this street. The reason I asked the question about 27 is that's a relatively new build, but that house looks it's tall, but it's a peaked roof, and it's very, very narrow in terms of when you look at when I viewed it against the context of the entire street in terms of impact. I think that the height and the FSI, although I do recognize and acknowledge that they have stepped it back, I think that the setbacks between the proposed 2 homes being almost nothing, it almost reads as a not detached, but semi. I think it's too much house on 2 small lots, and I would not be in support of the applications as currently submitted.
Okay, any further comments, Mr. Clay?
Yeah, sure. I frankly, I agree exactly with my colleagues. To sum it up, it is basically too big houses, too much house on 2 small lots. The amount of coverage is excessive, and the FSI is excessive. These houses, frankly, on a larger lot would be quite fine. I think it's particularly difficult when you have a lot that kind of feeds into a series of houses on an adjacent street, where those houses are really quite directly affected in their backyard by having an oversized structure in their backyard and so close to their backyard. I mean, if this wasn't a T intersection, maybe be a little bit different, but I would agree. I just think, the applicant we're trying to squeeze too much house on too little of lot. And I too am unable to support this application because of those concerns.
Okay, I would actually echo the concerns in terms of the lot size. It kind of fits in, but in terms of the structures that are proposed, it's definitely an overbuild on the lots if they're severed, so I agree. Okay, we'll need a motion then.
Lisa?
I'll bring a motion forward for refusal of the consent. Do we need separate motions, Madam Chair, or? And for the variance as well, the motion would be for refusal of both the consents and the variance applications.
Okay, do I have a seconder? Ms. Hayes? Okay, motion to refuse the applications as a package, moved by Ms. Valentini, seconded by Ms. Hayes. All in favor? Okay, the application's been unanimously refused. Okay, thank you everybody for coming out today. And item number 41, 50 Jones Avenue. Okay, we have before us, and sorry, yeah, it's actually listed as 42 online. So we have before us a copy of the minutes from the November 4th, 2020 public hearing, as well as the materials submitted at that time. We have a copy of the plan of the survey, revised site plan, floor plans and elevation, covering letter from Jonathan Benkowski, the agent, correspondence in opposition from number 45 Cody and 47 Cody. I'm showing one speaker. Do you have them? Okay. And yeah, the opposition, from what I read, were concerned about length, width, height. They were talking about limiting the second floor to 8 meters wide. And 47 Cody claims no changes were made with respect to landscape length, but they're okay with variance number 4. All right, Mr. Benkowski, are you there?
I'm here, Madam Chair. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm all right. I'm all right.
Great. So, well, we just need you to identify yourself, and then we'll start the clock. And well, you know the drill. So you have 5
Yes.
minutes, and then we'll get the opposition to let us know their concerns.
Jonathan Miskowski, Solar. I'm a planner on here on behalf of the applicant. If we could bring up the CA public notice, October 7th from the AIC. I'd just like to review the changes that were made from the previously deferred application that was before the committee. So that is not it. Would have been the previous public notice.
While they're looking, I know you it was
right there.
There were 8 variances, right? And you reduced it to 4, and I think your length was also reduced from 17.36 to 16.7.
Correct. So briefly, just to go over this because it does speak to the intent of the proposal. If we could just go back there, yeah. So variance number 1 has been removed. There is 1 unit proposed there now today. Variance number 2 has been increased from 59% to 69%. That is the area between the existing dwelling and the front area of the laneway suite. So that is the interior landscaping within the property itself. Variance number 3 has now gone from 0% to 25%. Variance number 4 has now been removed. There is no setback to the laneway suite at the rear from the garage. And if we can go to the next page. Variance number 5 has been reduced from 17.36 to 16.75. It's important to note that that 16.75 meters is the existing length of the garage that is there today. Variance number 6 stays the same. Variance number 7 stays the same. And variance number 8 has been removed. So basically, to summarize the changes, there was an overhang that was proposed along the laneway side. Because of the removal of that, it has resulted in the setback, as well as the coverage for the ancillary building, as well as the length all being removed. Now, if we could go to some of the supporting material I've submitted, please. Yes, that please. So what we have here is the first is a picture of looking at this existing garage. This is somewhat of an anomaly in terms of the size of the garage. So what is proposed before you today is essentially a second floor addition on top of the existing built form that is there. There are no additions to either the north, south, east, or west existing walls that are there. And if we could go to the next page, please. Here we see the view from the laneway. Again, that is not proposed to change. Those setbacks will remain exactly as it is. We could go to the next page, please. Here we see an overhead shot, and then the next page is where we will see the massing of it. So what we see here is that existing garage that is there today. This is a lawful garage. This was not illegally constructed. This is what is there today. Now, the important part of how we look at the zoning bylaw when it comes to the laneway suites, in my opinion, is how that coverage and how that is appropriated on the site itself. So when we look at the impact of what we're proposing on adjacent neighbors, we have no objection from the adjacent neighbor on the north on Jones. The objectors are from the rear properties along Cody that have their rear yards facing this proposal with the laneway in between. Now, if we could go back to the one up, please, one more. So as we speak to the length and the depth variance that is requested before you today, it's the impact of those variances that are the important part. So part of the impact as it relates to those properties on Cody does not stipulate in the zoning bylaw where that length or depth is appropriated. So if we were to take the zoning bylaw provisions of a length of 8 meters, as well as a permitted depth of 10 meters, that 8 by 10, well, let's call it a square, a larger rectangle, can be appropriated anywhere on that structure itself. So impact of what is proposed before you today could be, as of right, put at the rear of the existing garage that is there today. Now, what we've done here is we've taken the existing garage that is there today to create a family-style unit. This is not a small one-bedroom unit that is proposed above the garage. It is meant to house a family in an area that has adjacency to a park and is not a small unit that is being wedged into there. It is a 2-floor unit with parking located off the laneway still, living accommodations on the first as well as the second. Now, when we look at the height, the reason for the height variance, if we could go down to one of the elevations, really is due to the size of the existing garage itself. As this is a block garage with open web steel joists, the proposal is for a second floor on top of these open web steel joists. So the 0.6
sorry to cut you off, but I just want to let you know you're at 5.5 minutes, so if you can wrap it up, that'd be appreciated.
The height, essentially where I'm getting is really as a result of the inability to start taking down clear span open web steel joists here, which creates that second floor to be up by a modest 0.6 meters. And I would lastly say we did go through communication with city planning on this to arrive at a proposal that was acceptable to them. And I'm happy to answer any questions after my 6 minutes.
Okay, thanks. Panel members, do you have questions or do you want to hold them till after we hear from the opposition? You're okay with that? All right. Do you have Mr. Curtis on the line? Or Miss Curtis? Hi, are you there?
Hi there. Yes, I am.
All right.
Georgia Curtis, and I am the owner of 47 Cody, which is on the west side of the shared laneway, and I am a couple of lots north. I'll start with saying I'm very in support of laneway housing. I have one directly behind my house that I'm quite happy with. My concern with this one in particular, however, is the size. Regardless of the existing structure, how tall it is, how it's built, how inconvenient it might be to change it, the reality is that this is a very large building that will change the sight lines for the neighbors. Thanks for showing that picture because you can see the trees behind that building. And so for the second story to go the full length, obviously changes the sight lines from the park and for the neighbors. I have always been in support of variance number 4, which is being wider than the bylaw allows. I think that is minor. I think it's appropriate for the property. I don't think it has a negative impact on neighbors. However, I do oppose any reduction in landscaping. Your changes, I respect your changes and I appreciate your efforts, but they're quite insignificant. And so they don't really address the size, the encroachment on the properties, which the properties on Cody are quite shallow. And so to have this massive building, much larger than, higher and longer than the bylaw allows, will have a real impact. I'm also very concerned, as we've heard on this call with other properties and I've heard before, about the precedent being set. I fully expect there to be laneway suites all the way up Jones. They're very long lots. And I look forward to that. I hope I can make a calendar. It's going to be a beautiful picture. But what we don't want to do is overbuild it with massive houses. Just a note on that cinder block building. As you can see in the picture, you know, it's not exactly beautiful. I don't see the compelling reason to have to keep it. If it was the first blacksmith shop in Leslieville or something, sure, let's do that. But really, there's no reason to keep it as it is.
Okay. Panel members, do you have any questions of the speaker? Seeing none? Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Benkowski, can you speak to the concerns raised?
Yes, a couple of things, and I don't think Ms. Curtis is speaking of an encroachment into any adjacent property. I just wanted to clarify that we aren't encroaching anywhere. This again is a proposal to be built on top of what is there. In terms of a precedent, I agree 100%. What we have to do is we have to look at every proposal in itself, not compare it to what else is there. This is an existing garage. If I were to come to planning with a proposed laneway suite that is this large with a new build, 100% we would have planning staff report that is before you today. This is an existing garage that is aiming to provide family-style homes off of the laneway. In terms of the sight lines, again, we come back to where the appropriation of this can be on the existing garage. We know the one story is going to be there forever. Where I put, or where the 10 by 8 meter box that would be permitted under the zoning bylaw goes is not regulated by the zoning bylaw. So the impact of what is proposed before you today being the east to west that goes front to back, if it were to start at the west laneway and extend that 10 meters, the impact for my friends on Cody would essentially be identical. The impact that this has is on the adjacent properties to the north, and as we see, they're not here today. So in terms of addressing it from an official plan perspective of respecting and reinforcing, this is what exists. And I think it's very telling, a lack of planning report in front of you today really goes to show how we've worked with planning to arrive at a proposal before you today that I think meets the 4 tests, and I think beautifies a laneway, as well as that cinder block structure will undergo revitalization through the renovation itself. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Panel members, do you have any questions for Mr. Benkowski? I guess I just have one out of interest. It sounds like you did have some discussions with the neighbors as directed by committee. Was there ever any thought to having a slight step back, like facing the back of Cody, to address that concern? I see there's a big tree there too, but just curious.
Again, what I would say to that is we didn't have any issues with urban forestry in terms of the tree. The second problem comes back to the structure that's there in terms of that open web steel joist and cinder block construction. This is essentially a building that goes end to end in terms of what's there today. Bringing that back in would create a structural nightmare with.
No, I should have clarified for the second story. I don't mean for the first.
Yeah, but even setting that in would create an issue of not going on top of the cinder block in terms of that open web steel joist that would involve steel beams coming in.
I see.
What we have done, and the intent of the bylaw with what we've removed, which was the the setback variance to the laneway is bringing it in line. The original proposal did have an overhang that created a setback from the lane. By bringing it in line, it's as per that zoning bylaw intent of building it, again, with that wall that is below it on the first floor.
Okay, thanks.
Maybe I'll just sort of follow up on probably the same question or a related question, but you've mentioned several times that you could build an 8 by 10 structure on the second story as of right. And I guess I'm just wondering why you've dismissed that as an option.
Part of it was to provide a family style living rather than a small kind of 1 or 2 bedroom unit that would be there. And it's really utilizing the structure in the building that's there. The idea is possibly for the owner of the actual building and his children and his family to move in there. So rather than creating a smaller, typical laneway suite, the idea was to provide a family style housing, which again is in keeping with a lot of the policies of the PPS of growing with family in place and things like that, and aiming to open yourself to a bigger market rather than a modest 1 bedroom apartment that's there. And I think it also speaks to the intent of the ancillary building coverage. The removal of that variance also speaks to, we get into a circle of, we start to look at different variances and how that intent comes into play. The actual ancillary building that is there today meets the intent of the bylaw of the coverage of that ancillary building. So even if this were to come as a new build, and I know we're not here for a 1-story building for this ancillary building, it meets that intent of the coverage. The coverage of that building is as per the ancillary provisions of the zoning bylaw.
Any other, Ms. Valentini?
It's more of a comment, and maybe there's something you can suggest, but it's more, I look at the size of the building, and I appreciate, I'm supportive of laneway suites. I think they make sense. But looking at this one, I'm looking at the site's plan, and I noted that, it's over 2,500 square feet, 235 square meters. That's large, even, in this area. I would suggest for a house. This is a urban, dense neighborhood. So, I, in my view, and I'm concerned about, I appreciate the building's already there, but it's not a 2-story building. And I think when you're suggesting that there will be, minimal impact on, I think what I understood you to say, I don't want to put words in your mouth, Mr. Bankowski, the impact would be greater to the adjacent neighbors, but I think I also feel the impact is going to be significant on the houses on Cody. They are very shallow lots, and that laneway, they're basically, their backyards are right on the laneway. Well, they are on the laneway, but their houses are on the laneway almost in a sense, because the backyards are very small. So adding 2 stories, a 2,500 square foot laneway house will be basically right adjacent to their own houses. I have trouble with that, so I'm not sure if there's anything you could suggest to make me see it the other way.
I'm looking at the plans. I have a little bit of play. Obviously, I can't reduce anything that has to do with that first floor because that's what's there. What I could suggest is a friendly amendment to remove 2 meters from the laneway side setting in that second floor. Okay, so I could bring that length down to 14.75 meters and ensure that would be set in from the second floor that faces the west. So it would be the laneway side to reduce variance number 3 down to 14.75 meters. Creating again 2 meters or about a 6-foot buffer. And we could also put in a condition that those couldn't be used as balconies and it would have to be inaccessible. And could be used as planters, because I do remember some of the individuals did have issues with landscaping, so we could make that a planting area on that roof there. As it is a open web steel joist, there is enough structure there to support dirt and a small planter box there.
Okay, so the suggestions you just made, reducing variance number 3 to 14.75 meters, that wouldn't change any of the other variances, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, and then the planters, you would put those where? On
Adjacent to the lane to ensure that there couldn't be any balconies for overlook or privacy that would face my friends on Cody Avenue.
So just so I understand, you're suggesting that the second floor be 14.75 meters, right?
Correct.
The main,
Along the west portion, which would be the laneway side. So it would be set in 2 meters, so that 16.75 would come to 14.75, and we could put in a condition that would not allow that to be accessible via a balcony, eliminating any privacy or overlook issues for my friends on the other side of the lane.
Don't you still need the 16.75 for the bottom? Wouldn't we just limit it to the second floor? Like, I just...
It would be. The variance reads the building length for the ancillary building containing the laneway suite. You are 100% correct, Madam Chair. So yes, it would have to be limited to the second floor. You are 100% correct.
Right, so we would basically put a condition on, the variance would stay the same. Is that not right?
Correct, and it would be conditioned upon that 14.75 limited to the second floor.
For the second floor, okay.
Correct.
And then also you said, and that there would be no balconies and the planters, okay, sorry, it's been a long day. So the planters would actually go on the second level where you've stepped it in, is that what you're suggesting?
Correct, we could put some planters there to provide some buffering as well as some increased green space.
Okay. Okay, panel members, do you have any questions, thoughts on the suggested condition to mitigate the concerns at the rear?
I appreciate the thoughts of the applicant. I still have concerns about the size of the two-story structure and the impact, even with the change that's being suggested.
Okay, any other thoughts? Mr. Clay, you're muted, I think. Can't hear you. Oh, we lost you again. This time we can see you, but we can't hear you.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yep.
Sorry about that.
No
worries. So I think I too have concerns about the size of the proposal. Again, just as we had a similar, I mean, all these things are unique. It sounds, what we're finding is that there's unique circumstances for every lane. Nothing's going to be exactly as everything else, and this is a unique lot and it's got a unique structure already on it. But I am a little bit concerned about the size as proposed, and even with the reduction, it still is considerably over what the council approved bylaws are for these things, and I am concerned about the impact on the neighbors. And I wonder, you know, maybe we should also, Chair, hear from those residents, particularly in behind, if they have concerns about a reduced size.
Sure, we can go back and see how they feel about the step back, if you like, before we go into committee. Okay.
I think that would be fair.
Okay, let's do that. Ms. Curtis, Ms. Curtis, are you there?
Yes, I am.
All right, so we'd like to get your thoughts on the suggestions made by the applicant, which would be to step back the second floor 2 meters. It would be a condition, and they would have also a condition that it could not become a balcony, and then planters would be put on the second level where it stepped back. So we just want your thoughts on if, your thoughts on that.
Sure, I appreciate the suggestion. I'm still concerned that the building is too large. And I also wanted to ask about the neighbors to the north, because I'm not sure, perhaps they have been consulted, and I'd be happy to hear about that. But I believe that's a City of Toronto building. So I guess they've been contacted and they've been consulted, but I'm not so sure about that. Maybe that could be confirmed. But I guess to answer your question, I'm concerned about the size, even with the setback.
Sorry, the neighbors you're referencing, do you mean in terms of speaking here today? Because you're the only one that registered with the city.
No, I think the comment was made that if anyone should be concerned, it should be the neighbors to the north of the property. And the building to the north of the property, I believe, is a multi-unit dwelling that perhaps is city-owned.
Well, they definitely would have been in the circulation area, and we don't have any feedback from them other than from yourself and number 45. So there's nothing else.
Yeah, I just wondered if they were consulted. I might also add that there was another concerned neighbor who actually sold their house out of concern for this project. They were at the last public hearing. So to answer your question, I'm still concerned about the size, even with the suggestion, and it's appreciated.
Okay, Mr. Benkowski, then finally, I guess, just in terms of who you had discussions with before these revisions were made and you came back to committee, just to answer Ms. Curtis's question. Have you unmuted the agent?
I am in the mid.
Okay, sorry, start over, because you were muted. Yeah.
Yeah, so I had a list of who appeared at the initial meeting. I provided everybody with a letter in a mailbox, as well as sent out emails to those concerned neighbors from the original application. I'm not aware of any objection from anybody to the north, and I apologize if it came out that I said if anybody should be concerned, it's them. I think when we're talking about impact, the greatest impact from that length being proposed is to them. Again, I come back to where the building can be appropriated on the land. There is no provision as to where this 8 by 10 meter box is to be appropriated on that second floor. It can be built completely in line and extend 10 meters from that rear wall that is existing. So in my opinion, that reduction of 2 meters, bringing it down to 14.75 meters on that second floor mitigates that